Okay, so I've got the courtroom 2 jury trial up and streaming. I'm gonna go, I'll sit out at Skirk Station. So I guess I'm not gonna be able to answer the phones.
we're already good.
But
No,
you're
we-
on 1.
Oh, you're on 2.
We got to be on 2 for the trial.
That's right.
So can I?
He's in the wrong one then.
No, I'm sure he doesn't.
You ready?
Yeah. Your Honor, we do need to move over to the courtroom, the second courtroom for the trial. So you can leave this meeting and then the court clerk will email you the link to join the correct one. What's that?
What court clerk's gonna do that?
Your clerk will do it as soon as she gets back upstairs.
She'll be right up. Just go to it.
So who's going to forward him the email that has the link? He can just click on the link.
Then he's leaving.
So yeah, figure out who's trying to talk on there.
Yeah.
Okay, we're on the record in City versus Daniel Yulin, case number 513-32301. It's about 12:43. Mr. Yulin is present. Mr. Hersey is present. We are on YouTube. We are recording these proceedings. And the jury is scheduled to come back in 1 hour and 2 minutes at 1:45. So when they do, we'll close the door and they'll be brought up to the jury room. And we'll endeavor to keep any information that is provided or just discussed in the courtroom away from the jury. Prior to selecting the jury, we did have some discussion here in court about what evidence would be admitted, and those were done by virtue of motions in limine. We got through a lot of the motions, but we saved, I suppose, the most complicated for last, or not, maybe not last, but as I recall, we got through the 9 and 10. We were talking about whether or not anybody was going to be authorized to testify about a diagnosis. I think we agreed that we would, we need to find out what, we probably should voir dire Ms. Beckwith a little bit and see what she's planning on testifying to, but I think we discussed that it needed to be something that she was qualified to testify about and that she was able to observe on her own, perceive on her own, rather than something that she read about or someone else told her about. So I think we have an understanding about that, that she's not going to be allowed to talk about any medical diagnoses regarding a psychosis or even postpartum depression, but that she was acting differently, that the victim was acting differently and was under stress, and perhaps we'll find out what it is that she is planning on saying. But then I asked to get sort of an offer of proof about what the city was going to be seeking to introduce in the way of what we call prior bad acts under Evidence Rule 404B. And the city indicated that the city was not intending to introduce anything about Mr. Euland's perhaps felony convictions or drug dealing, but did want to introduce that he had made threats and assaulted the victim while pregnant, and mentioned the Smith affidavit and a Superior Court petition. And then I think there was also some reference to, so are you saying if Mr. Euland decides to testify, you're not going to impeach him based on a prior crime of dishonesty?
No, sorry, maybe that was unclear. No, so he does have one prior conviction for theft in the 3rd degree. I have the conviction documents here from Clallam County. It's a 2012 case. He pled guilty in 2013 to that. So if he does testify, that's actually a different motion, and my motion is eliminated to get a pretrial ruling on that.
That's number 11.
Number 11, yes. So should he testify, this would be within the rules of, excuse me, ER 609 to impeach him by crime of dishonesty, prior conviction within 10 years. I think this is squarely within the rules and goes to his credibility in the event he does take a stand.
Did you want to be heard on that motion, Mr. Euland?
So he's just trying to include the crime of theft in his questions?
No, it's not going to be his case in chief. If you testify, that, the jury gets to decide if they believe you or not.
And so if I testify, then he will bring up the fact that I have a theft in the past and I may not be as credible as I see. Okay, that's fair.
The rule allows that, and it's Rule 609. And I believe I did read this motion, and it will be allowed, and then you can say whatever you want about it. We don't. I mean, I guess the facts don't really matter, right?
Right, and I wouldn't inquire about the facts. I mean, the rule says I'm limited to asking the fact of the conviction, the type of crime the witness was convicted of, and the punishment imposed. So only if Mr. Euland takes a stand and denies that he was convicted of this crime, could I then introduce extrinsic evidence? But otherwise, the type of questions is limited essentially to that narrow scope, as long as the answer is in the affirmative.
You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so let's move on to number 12.
You're on real quick. I wasn't sure if we had, because you had the ruling about bringing up the prescription. You would deny this one because of the date, correct? What about if there was date information from 5/6?
So what is your theory now? What do you have? First of all, let's see what you have.
Well, this is just prescription information from Mrs. Hewlin. That was the first prescription filled was on the 6th, and then the next prescription filled was when she had run out of the first prescription and had gotten her refill. So you were saying that you didn't want to admit that because of the date, but I'm showing you that that was actually the refill, and so I'm wanting to be able to present this and show that the timing is consistent.
Have you seen this?
Probably. Take a look. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I'm still objecting on the basis of hearsay. This is an out-of-court document being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. There's no applicable exception that I'm aware of as to what would admit that. And without the proper foundation, without the proper medical testimony from a doctor, it's borderline probative, and any probative value it does have is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice to mislead the jury into thinking that this unknown medication was somehow given to her by a doctor who was not subject to cross-examination to suggest that she was undergoing some psychosis.
So what is, Mr. Ewan, what is the purpose for which you want to introduce that document?
Well, in most of all of the emails that I have received from the prosecution that they sent by Miss Hewlin, I mean, she has referenced this medication time and time again. She has referenced this psychosis she had time and time again. Like, this isn't something I'm bringing to the table because it's just coming up. This has been established through.
Okay, pay attention to the question. What is the purpose for which you're seeking to introduce that evidence?
I would just like to show that at that particular time when, and from the time from the 16th, or the 15th, when she first reported it, to the 16th.
Hold on, the 15th of what?
That was April.
Okay, that she reported what?
She reported initially, I believe it was the 15th. She reported initially, and then follow up by Greenhill CPD once Kitsap County Sheriff's Office forwarded to their department. Then BPD took it over, interviewed her second time. Then 2 weeks later, she calls behind and gets the first no contact order on the 27th. Then a week later, rescinds the no contact order. Maybe 5 days later, rescinds the no contact order and gets on this medication.
So you want her to testify that she was on medication after she rescinded the no contact order?
Well, I'm not sure exactly if she got on medication after she rescinded it or before she rescinded it. I'm not sure as to the timeline then, but I know that the no contact order was rescinded May 3rd, and it looks like she got on medication May 6th. So yeah, it was after, but that was the timeline for.
Okay, and what is the purpose for the jury knowing that she was on that medication starting on May 6th?
Well, I mean, the purpose of that is to show that thereafter her story changed significantly from the moment that she was on those. I have 6 different emails today back from May
Okay.
to August almost.
So are you following this?
Yeah,
So he wants to ask her if sometime after she rescinded the no contact order, she started taking medication that, and I guess apparently impacted what her thinking.
I'm not sure because in that brief, it must have been a 2-week period that we were able to interact and able to come to all the stuff when we showed up to court here in the first place together. In that brief period of time, it was like full circle. It was just like everything just
So
changed.
when did she recant?
shortly after charges were filed, after we received the paperwork. I think the first contact we had was, not the first contact, the first recantation. I know the victim impact statement was dated May 11th.
Was that when she sought to rescind the no contact order, was there a recantation then?
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
So,
I think she showed up at the first, I wasn't present. I think she was here at the first hearing at Mr. Ewan's arraignment, right?
Maybe Your Honor is speaking about the first felony court. And I
Sorry?
believe- I believe, were you speaking about when she rescinded the no contact order felony court?
Yeah.
I believe there was a letter which she sent, and when we showed up the first day, you said, well, I have no idea of this letter. Where's this letter at? Never even heard of it.
so, but your theory here, apparently, if I understand correctly, is that the medication made her, put her in a different mindset, and that's what prompted her to rescind or recant?
No, I'm not saying that's what prompted her to recant. I'm just saying that, I mean, this whole deal spelled out in some unfortunate circumstance, but I mean, it's been.
But I need to know what your goal, what is your objective for introducing this evidence?
To show
How
that
is
she
it
was-
relevant?
I'm trying to show that she was not in the right mind state during that period of time, when she made those statements, and when she made statements.
What period of time?
From the period of time, from I believe the day of the fight through.
So April 15th?
You have the day of the fight through all the way through to when she started her medication.
Okay. And then she got that, when she started her medication, it changed her mind.
I saw a different woman when she came back.
Okay.
She came back from Idaho, where she got the first prescription.
Okay, so what's the response to him, to the court allowing him to ask her if she started taking medication and if that changed her outlook over as to what happened?
I mean, the problem is without more, it's just this vague medication. So thinking about how prejudicial it is to the jury, at that point, they could assume it's any number of medications much stronger than a standard dose of sertraline for depression. So then the implication is that she went to the hospital and was under some psychosis. I mean, at that point, if the court's going to allow that, I'd rather just say, let's introduce all this hearsay anyway. Because otherwise the implication is far too prejudicial.
But aren't you seeking to present to the jury that she recanted?
I'm expecting her to recant. I'm not expecting to introduce it. I'm just.
And then aren't you going to ask her about why she recanted?
Yeah.
So isn't it relevant that she might have been taking some medication?
Sure, I guess so. I guess she could say that she took this medication and suddenly everything cleared up. And then at that point, I think the city should be free to inquire about all the past threats and the past violence, which
Is part of the next motion.
Yeah, is the
Which
actual
we're-
basis for the recantation.
So at this point, I'm inclined to allow him to ask her if if things changed when she started taking medication. I agree with you. She's gonna be limited in terms of what medical terminology that she uses, because that came from a doctor. But the fact is she took medication and it changed her mind frame, I think she should be able to testify to that.
Okay.
So I'll allow you
And
to do that. You don't necessarily need to introduce that because there's a lot in there that is speculative.
Fair enough.
But you can ask her about it and she can say, and then, okay? Okay, so now let's talk about what else you want to, what you want to introduce as far as the case law that Cook and Majors and Grant addresses. And I guess I'll just preface this for Mr. Ewan's benefit. Since I know more about the law than he does, I think. Generally speaking, in criminal contexts, the rule 404B prohibits evidence to be presented about someone's prior behavior unless it meets a certain exception. And the common example is the jury, unless you're going to testify about theft, the jury can't know if you rob a bank and you've robbed a bank before, the jury doesn't get to know that you robbed the bank before, because there's a tendency for a jury to use that against you, your prior history, to say you have a propensity for robbing banks. Okay, and the rule protects against that. But in domestic violence cases, there are exceptions that allow a court to introduce, or a prosecutor, I suppose, to introduce evidence about prior domestic violence, and there's certain reasons, and the court has to decide whether it's going to allow that in this case or not. So I'm going to hear from the city, and I'll hear from you, and there are cases that that the city's referred to, and some cases that I'm familiar with. In fact, they're all identified in this book, so we can talk about what the case law is and what the rules are with regard to prior bad acts. So if you could state for us again what you're seeking to introduce and why you think it's authorized, and then I'll hear from Mr. Ewan as to whether he objects.
Okay. Obviously, I do anticipate that the victim in this case will recant her original statement. So everything I guess I'm saying is conditional on her recanting, and or if for some reason she testifies consistently, I imagine the defense will ask about her subsequent recantation. And then I think these events would suddenly become relevant within the context of 404B. So what the city is not offering this evidence for is to show propensity, but rather to explain the credibility of the victim and to rebut the recantation and subsequent minimization of Ms. Yulin, which has occurred since this case has been filed. Obviously, so when deciding whether or not to admit any 404B evidence, the trial court on the record must find by only a preponderance of the evidence that the prior uncharged acts probably occurred before admitting it, identify the purpose for which the evidence will be admitted, find evidence materially relevant to that purpose, and balance the probative value of the evidence against any unfair prejudicial effect the evidence may have upon the fact finder. So here, what we're working with is a number of past threats, which Ms. Yulin disclosed to family members, to law enforcement, two different officers and two different agencies, to the court, both to the court and to law enforcement under the penalty of perjury. So here, what specifically we're working with are a number of threats. She reported that the defendant told her shortly after their marriage that if she ever got with another man, he would kill her. She advised Deputy Miller of his controlling behavior, daily verbal abuse, that he actually tracked her location. And then, of course, that brings us into the incident on April 12th. And then, when she described the incident on April 12th, she referenced a threat that the defendant had made on that day and again on prior occasions, where when she tried to calm him down, he told her, "You know what I did to Tiffany, right?" And Shea explained that Tiffany was a friend in common, and he formerly dated Tiffany in the past, and she knew or was told by the defendant that he had shoved his ex-friend's face to the ground and had been in a violent, intimate relationship with her as well. And I guess I'd note just that there are prior cases involving this woman named Tiffany. She was the victim in the case from Clallam County, which resulted in a conviction. There was also a case from Clallam County, which resulted in dismissal of the day of trial for assault for DV. So the purpose here isn't to prove that he assaulted Tiffany, but rather that in Ms. Yulin's state of mind, she was aware of this history. Because actually in her petition, she noted that Mr. Yulin had told her that he had threatened his ex in the past, threatened to kill her in the past, and actually told her he would kill her and took her into the woods to scare her. And this was preceded by her saying, "I'm afraid of what he might do." He's told me stories of how he told his baby's mom that Tiffany, he would kill her and take her into the woods. He took her into the woods to scare her. So those are the primary threats. Additionally, in her sworn petition to the court, one of the inquiries was prior acts of domestic violence. That's where she went into detail about both the incident on April 12th and the 25th. In that same narrative, she indicated, "He's constantly accusing me of cheating. 2 days after our wedding, he threatened to kill me and my baby's dad if he found out we were sleeping together, which we weren't. He shoved me on the bed when I was pregnant." And then she goes into the details of the incident on the 25th. And she stated, "I don't know what lengths he's willing to go to get back at me for this being reporting the violence, reporting the threats to law enforcement, and getting a no contact order." So of course, this was Miss Yulin between, I guess, April 15th and April 27th. She told multiple people credible stories of past violence, past threats. She provided photographs of the assault. She provided photographs, she allowed the officer into the home to see photographs of the broken down door. And while disclosing these incidents, she disclosed the past incidents. So now here we are, 4 months later, and Miss Yulin is completely recanting her story and blaming herself and saying that it was postpartum depression, which was either creating these delusions in her mind or caused her to basically blow up everything out of proportion. I can't say exactly what she's going to say on the stand, but in order for the jury to assess the difference, why did she go from her story on April 12th to now 4 months later saying none of this happened, the jury should be entitled to know about these prior threats because it's the city's position. This decision is driven by a number of factors, but the primary one of which is fear. Fear of the defendant of what will happen to her if she is cooperative and testifies consistently. I know beyond what she put in her petition, she also told Officer Greenhill, I think it was, that she was afraid of what would happen and that he's told her he would have people come after her if he ever got locked up.
What was that?
That's in the report. Shows you.
Okay, so the purpose of that would be so the jury can understand why she changed her testimony or why she recanted?
Yes, essentially.
So, Your Honor, if I may, so he's speaking about a conviction that occurred from our case with Ms. Austin, but does he know what I was convicted for at that time during the one with Ms. Austin?
Yeah, I'm not going to be asking about a conviction for that. I'm pointing out that
No,
this,
no, the conviction that I did get, the one that I am convicted of, that you said was domestic violence, what was that?
malicious mischief,
Malicious mischief.
2 counts of that. This is, if should he testify and say he wasn't convicted of theft, this document will need to be redacted because he was also convicted of disorderly conduct, malicious mischief in the 3rd degree, 2 counts, possession of methamphetamine, and then theft in the 3rd degree. So that would need to be redacted.
So, okay.
So this is your opportunity to respond to.
Right. Oh, so, okay. So I'm kind of at a loss. So you want to bring this past malicious mischief? Because that's the one that's the DV, right? The malicious mischief DV. And you want to bring up the past assault that was dropped to establish.
He just wants to bring up what Miss Yulin, what your wife told the police about what you had told her.
Okay, so he's essentially trying to discredit her testimony now to introduce testimony from Mr. Greenhill. Is that what he's saying?
And a deputy sheriff, I think.
Okay.
And her own
Right,
sworn
and so
statements.
didn't I respond something like that in the motion that I had made? I thought that I perhaps had.
Well, you said, allow defense to utilize witness testimony to the character of the defendant, does not allow the prosecutor to call a witness. Although the city may impeach its own witness, it may not call a witness for the primary purpose of soliciting testimony that would otherwise be inadmissible. And then you said, in this case, we assert that the city's desire to discredit its own witness in order to admit evidence favorable to prosecution. We assert that any and all testimony made by Ms. Yulin, favorable or unfavorable, shall be admitted into evidence and elicited under direct examination for jury consideration. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
And then there's a second motion that you filed.
In response.
It's right here. Do you want to see what you filed? These are the 2 copies. If you want to point it out to me, what you
Well,
what you're asking.
From what I read, and maybe it's my experience, he's trying to make hearsay evidence, and he's trying to do it by discrediting his own witness. And that to me is, I mean, the basis of that whole argument that I made. Can you do that? Is that?
Yes, again. So this is, well established by case law in domestic violence prosecutions. It's admissible under 801D1 as a non-hearsay because what I'm seeking to admit specifically is going to be prior sworn statements. I'm also going to be asking to admit prior inconsistent statements once she does testify, presumably inconsistently with everything she disclosed initially. And this is not for the purpose of establishing a propensity or bad character on your part, but solely for the purpose of explaining the basis for her recantation and her subsequent minimization of the alleged assault and malicious mischief incident.
And doesn't it require a limiting instruction as well?
I think there's no objection. If the court wants to adopt an limiting instruction, I certainly have no objection to that.
So what the court needs to decide is, did the alleged acts probably occur? For what purpose should the evidence be admitted? And that's where the limiting instruction comes in. Is the evidence materially relevant to show what you're intending to show? Is there a sign on the door? Yeah, it's open. And then the court has to balance the probative value against the any unfair prejudice to Mr. Ewan. So before I do that, is there anything else that you want to argue?
And Your Honor, for the record, I mean, I think part of what the court should consider in assessing whether the acts probably occurred is the petition and the affidavit itself, which was sworn under penalty of perjury, which goes into detail about some of these prior threats and prior acts of violence. Yeah, approach. Would you want to consider it?
I've read that.
You've already read this. Okay, I wasn't sure.
I've read her petition. That was
Okay.
back when she was asking that the court rescind the no contact order. So I'm
Oh, that's
familiar
right,
with that
that's right.
document.
Okay.
And based on her testimony under penalty of perjury before Superior Court, I believe that the prior acts probably did occur. And I have reviewed State v. Cook, 131 Washington Appellate 845, which frankly is very similar to this particular case. The holding in that case, which is the Division II Court of Appeals case, which is the Kitsap County Division Appellate Court. The summary of the holding is that evidence of defendant's prior domestic abuse is admissible only to assess his girlfriend's state of mind when she recanted the statement against the defendant. But they also said that the limiting instruction that was used in that case was inadequate. And because of that, the court reversed the conviction. But it's a very well, the opinion explains very well the very issue that counsel is seeking or is addressing today in the very testimony. Specifically, they talk about the limiting instruction and how it has to be crafted or drafted. And the second example is if a jury is told it can consider prior abuse to assess an alleged victim's state of mind at the time of an inconsistent act, for example, a trial recantation, the jury would structure its analysis as follows. What is her state of mind while testifying? Why would the wife report an assault but now testify that no assault occurred? The couple has a history of domestic violence, so she might be afraid that if she testifies against him, he will retaliate. Maybe she feels responsible for the incident. Maybe she's financially dependent upon him and feels conflicting obligations. And I'm just reading, I'm quoting from the Court of Appeals. In the second circumstance, the jury's analysis focuses on the state of mind of the witness and the possible bias, fear of retaliation, and conflicting interests that she may have in testifying against her husband. The evidence of a defendant's prior assaults is properly offered to illuminate the victim's state of mind, and the jury can use the evidence for that purpose without improperly assuming that, quote, he did it before, he must have done it this time too, end of quote. As these hypotheticals illustrate, a general admonition to consider the prior abuse in determining the alleged victim's credibility is insufficient to ensure that the evidence is not improperly used to provide the defendant's propensity to commit the crime charged. Without an adequate limiting instruction, it was error to admit Mr. Cook's prior incidents of abuse. Such error requires reversal. Here we cannot say with sufficient confidence that the jury would have found Cook guilty even if it did not know that Cook had previously assaulted O'Brien. We must therefore reverse. So the key here, and then it's also supported by the Majors case and previously by the Grant case, as long as there's a proper limiting instruction, the jury's entitled to know about the prior abuse because it explains why she is testifying differently now than what she told law enforcement and what she told the Superior Court, literally at the same, literally 2 weeks, I guess, 2 or 3 weeks before she recanted. Grant, by the way, is 83 Washington Appellate, discussing the potential reasons for inconsistent testimony or inconsistent behavior. The Cook case cites a law review article, which is actually out of Washington State, called Beating Again and Again and Again, Why Washington Needs a New Rule of Evidence Admitting Prior Acts of Domestic Violence. So it's pretty well established in our state that when there is prior evidence, as long as the court goes through the proper analysis, that the evidence is admissible, especially in a case of recanting. The other place that it's authorized is when the city's alleging that the assault is one that is an act that creates fear and apprehension. But I saw in your jury instructions, you're not relying on that prong of assault. You're only relying on the physical, actual assault. So the purpose for which the evidence would be admitted under your theory is basically the dynamics of domestic violence and why it would make her fearful if she were to testify consistently with what she told law enforcement, and therefore the jury's entitled to know it so that they can evaluate and assess her state of mind today and whether to believe what she says today versus what she said back in April. The third part of the analysis is the evidence materially relevant? And I do find it's relevant because it's an explanation for why a woman would completely change her line of testimony. And finally, the court has to balance the probative value against the unfair prejudice. I think as long as we have the appropriate limiting instruction, the jury is admonished only to consider it in evaluating the victim's state of mind as to and whether or not to believe her now or to believe what she said previously. So my finding is that the probative value exceeds the unfair prejudice to Mr. Ewan.
For the clarification. So what I heard in there was past assaults. Is that right?
No, so that's why I had Mr. Hersey tell me what he's seeking to introduce.
And it's not the past with Miss Austin.
It's what it includes what you told her that you know what I did to Tiffany.
But it's not including any of the charges that came from Miss Austin or charges that were dropped.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm not seeking to introduce that. I'm seeking to introduce the alleged threats that were reported by Ms. Ewan, along with the report of being pushed while she was pregnant onto the bed.
Fair enough.
While we're on character evidence, Your Honor, not to belabor anything, Mr. Ewan referenced possibly having, I think, Ms. Beckwith testify as to his character. You know, that's a messy area of law in itself. We don't need to address it right now, but obviously, my memory of this area of law requires character evidence offered to support the defendant's character should be in the form of reputation evidence. And then at that point, the city would be free to inquire of prior bad acts of the person testifying that they have good character. So that's a messy area of law, but I just want to make sure Mr. Yulin is aware of where that could lead.
Let's go to 13, because I'm granting 12. Let's go to 13. Mr. Yulin, the city's asking that you not call anybody other than Heather Beckwith and Shea Yulin. Are you planning on calling anybody else as a witness? So that'll be granted. Are you at 14 as regarding any discussion or argument comparing the burden of proof in a civil case or assigning a percentage? Did you read that paragraph, the motion?
Yeah.
Are you planning on arguing that the beyond a reasonable doubt has any percentage assigned to it?
No, I mean, not, I was gonna speak about gray areas of the law, but not percentage. per se. I don't know,
What do you
that's-
mean gray area of law?
Well, I mean, I just, common sense versus, you know, the statutes, if the statute's confusing or whatever else I wasn't gonna speak of. Is this assault worse than that assault per se? Is that what he's speaking of?
No, the standard of proof that he has to meet in a
Oh,
criminal
percentage
case is
of-
beyond
yeah,
a reasonable
no,
doubt.
No, yeah, I don't have any problem.
Okay. And then, did you want to talk about your motions in limine?
I actually think we just covered them, didn't we?
Well, I think so. I just want to make sure
Yeah.
since you had presented some.
No.
I think we covered them.
Yeah.
Okay, so is there anything else that the city wants to raise?
So I have proposed exhibits I'll be asking just to be identified. The other issue is what I expect to come into evidence is the 2-page Smith affidavit and the petition for order of protection. As I mentioned, the city is not seeking to inquire at all about the allegations of drug dealing out of the house, and obviously not seeking to introduce any evidence that Mr. Yulin has been convicted of a felony. I think that is unduly prejudicial to him. These forms, though, however, do include questions which raise answers saying that he cannot possess firearms. And in one portion of an answer, Ms. Yulin wrote, he deals drugs out of the house. So for the record, what I've done, and I'll show Mr. Yulin, is redacted those portions of the Smith affidavit and the petition so as not to, I think that's the best way to sanitize this document.
I agree. And you're only going to introduce that if she testifies differently than what your police officers believe she's going to testify to.
Yes, and consistently with her sworn statements. Oh, no, that's for the court. I just wanted you to be able to take a look at that. So you can see the portion that's redacted on that one is on the second page. And then the portion that is redacted on the petition is,
Are you gonna not be able to see that one photocopy?
and that's what I was thinking
Because
of.
you can see it.
I went over it twice with it, so I can try to go over it again. But
I mean,
Did you go over it after you blacked it out? Did you then copy it?
no, we can do that.
That's what you need to
I'll
do.
probably do the best way.
Yeah, then you won't be able to see it.
Okay, that sounds good.
but we also took out, do you have concern for your safety?
Wait,
If you reveal this information, and that was not checked, and that's crossed out. And then on a scale of 1 to 5, not very important, 5 being very important, how important are firearms to these vendors? And then it says, NA, he has no gun rights. I think I actually would prefer to have that in, because honestly, if firearms aren't important to me because I'm I'm scared to death to go back to federal prison. So, you know, I think that should maybe be noted because that's gonna be part of, I think that should be seriously noted. If someone puts not applicable, that means I'm not carrying guns.
That's fine, Mr. Yulin. I was doing this, what I thought would be a benefit to you. So,
You can take out 5 and 6 if you like. But, well, no, 5 has better use fire. No, no, you can keep the whole thing in, man. It's all good.
you want everything in on the
Yes,
Smith
might
affidavit?
as well.
Okay.
Get it off from, I would like to include some things in there.
I think it's distracting.
And did you look at the petition as well?
Which
That's that one. So that one has been redacted. The portion that I redacted was, that's the line where she said,
Okay.
he deals drugs at my house.
uh-huh.
That one is where he says, is he eligible to possess firearms? And she said, yeah, or now he's a felon or something to that effect.
Yeah, all right.
And that last question is checkbox if substance abuse is involved, alcohol, drugs were checked by her. So I didn't want to create the implication that you had.
Been under influence at the time of the event?
Well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's up to you.
It's okay, you can leave that one redacted, but.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We'll do the,
We have to clear
It's
that.
in there anyway. It's fine.
all right. And Your Honor, I guess,
But I'm seeking to introduce all of these letters there.
okay.
Do you want to stay on the record right now?
Just briefly, with respect to the redaction, Mr. Yulin indicated he does not want the Smith affidavit redacted at all. He prefers it in its original form.
Is that correct, Mr. Eulis?
Mr. Yulin indicated the redactions I made on the petition are okay with it. So I will ask the court to make a copy of this redacted petition. So that way you can't see through it. Does that work?
Yeah, except you're gonna have to go downstairs and ask the clerk to do it yourself.
I will.
I want to know, I need like about a 5-minute break.
Okay.
So Mike, is there anything else that you want to raise before we bring in the jury?
No?
I think Mr. Yulin may have exhibits, but I'll talk to him.
Yeah, I did, oh, well, yeah, I wanted to.
But those won't be till your case is
Yeah, we have time on those.
All right, sounds good.
because you're not gonna,
Well-
unless you're gonna cross-examine an officer or something with those exhibits.
I mean, he'll probably be cross-examining Mr. Yulin with the exhibits.
Yeah.
Well, then why don't you guys go over them now?
Okay.
Well,
We're gonna go off the record and come back in 15 minutes. Okay?
Okay.
So I just want to introduce her, all of her, well, the statements she made. I've underlined as far as I'm going to ask her a question. Did you write this? Did you say this? This one? That's how I was going to elicit those responses. And then, you know, I would not like them to read each letter. I mean, I don't know how you feel about that.
Well, let me take a look and see what, so you got
It's
everything.
all the letters that you had written, or she had written, and then you sent to me. And then also, there's a couple things that I'm going to be asking Officer Greenhill about his inconsistent statements that he made. And so I may have to introduce part of this document here, which was you guys filed.
Was it his report, I'm guessing?
Yeah. mhm. Yeah. Those are the only items. I mean, there's.
Yeah, I mean, the only issue with this is it kind of goes against the ruling that you can't talk about the diagnosis, which is all
Well,
over those
I mean,
statements, but
But he did rule that we can talk about the medication.
yes,
So we just have to inform her to be careful about the way she talks about it.
right. Well, we'll talk about that. You made a good choice on those jerseys, Joe, by the way.
Thanks, I didn't know which ones.
I was like, damn, I like her.
I wasn't sure, to be honest with you, what was gonna go on down there. 'Cause I've
You know,
never
that's-
done it, you know.
That's honestly the hardest part.
Right, and then so when you got up and you were completely prepared, then it was like, okay, this sucks, let's make the best of it. Do I have time to run to my vehicle or no?
I think so. I didn't see him.
I'll be fast.
If Jerry's gonna be here soon.
I think it said 1:45,
Right,
so
1:45.
Okay.
that's fine. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's not like he's in handcuffs or anything. So it doesn't.
Yeah, true. Okay.
Um,
You have an exhibit.
I do, but I actually need to go make a copy, I guess, to
All right. Just let me
make
know.
this less visible.
Okay.
Well, are you seeking to introduce any statements that he might have made to law enforcement?
No.
Okay,
The only way that could come in is if he testifies law enforcement never attempted to contact him. Because he didn't offer anything of substance.
Do you want him stapled, Jerry?
Sure. Thank you so much.
from Mr. Yulin. But before we get started, I want to talk about masks again. I'll say the same thing I said up at the other building we were at. Lawyers typically like to be able to see the expressions on your faces, especially when there's some evidence or something or some argument that they're going to be making. They kind of want to be able to see what you're thinking. And oftentimes that is exhibited by the part that's covered up by a mask. So because of that, I guess I'm going to discuss with you now options. I'm not going to require that you wear a mask. If you prefer to wear a mask, then I'm going to try to talk you into wearing a plastic see-through mask that we have that are designed for this purpose. We have 2 or 3 different kinds of these masks. So I think what I'm going to do initially is ask, does anybody want to wear a mask?
I'm required.
Okay. Can you wear a plastic mask or a see-through mask?
Yeah, it's just as long as some kind of barrier. I've been vaccinated, but because of where I work.
Good, okay. So let me show, and then you want to wear a mask? So first of all, we have these face shields. Those aren't good.
They don't allow.
Okay, so then we have these masks, which I'm going to have Cindy bring over. This is my new bailiff, Cindy, not new, but new to you. So why don't you show them that, and that are the 2 masks that are see-through that I have available to you. I actually have one that's different, but I don't know how it works. That's what these clips are?
Yeah.
So there's a third option if either of you reject those options. This one is supposed to go, I think, like this, right?
No, I think that this part goes, oh. Yeah, I think,
You think it's something like this?
no,
Yeah, okay, that's probably where your nose goes. This makes more sense. So I think these ones go, like your nose goes in between here and here, and then your mouth is all covered down here. Okay. Let me know if that's gonna work for you, man. And then what about over here? Do you guys want to wear a mask?
I prefer to wear a mask, but I prefer breathe more easily. So I'm not, I've been vaccinated and I'm not real.
So are you comfortable where you are in relation to him?
Yeah.
Because the other thing is we can spread these out, but the witness is going to be sitting here. And sometimes when this juror is too far this way, he can't see. So if you want to move, you can move as long as you're comfortable seeing the witness.
I'm fine, wherever you want me.
Well, I want you to be wherever you feel like you want to be. So are you okay? But what are you going to do about it?
I get one of those plastic ones, like, I don't need it, but I'm trying to protect the sailors that work.
Sure. I agree. We're talking about the ones that I was wearing, like that.
Yeah, try one of these guys.
Do you want to try one of these?
No, I'd rather go without.
Fair enough.
I'll try one.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Those are all brand new, never been used. How you doing? You're gonna be okay with that? Fortunately, you guys don't have to speak. You're not speaking roles. What do you want?
This here is fine.
Okay.
I've been vaccinated too.
Okay, as long as everyone's comfortable and functioning, we can proceed.
You want to try this one? She's not comfortable enough. You can try.
Not terrible.
You want to try this one?
I think if you let that go.
On your bridge.
It might stop with a mouth a little bit, so they're working with it.
What about,
There's a plastic.
do you want to try one of these?
No, I'm gonna stick with this, I'm determined. Okay.
See how there's a piece right here? And instead of trying to just pull it out and pop it up on your that might pull it out of it. Is that better?
Okay, good. You okay? Everyone okay? Okay, let's get started. First, I'm going to explain the procedures that will be followed during this trial. First off, the prosecuting attorney will make an opening statement outlining the testimony of witnesses or other evidence that he expects to be presented during the trial. Then Mr. Yulin may make an opening statement, or he may choose to make his opening statement at a later time. Then the prosecuting attorney will present the testimony of witnesses or other evidence to you. When the prosecuting attorney is finished, Mr. Yulin may, but need not, present the testimony of witnesses or other evidence, and each witness who testifies may be cross-examined by the other side. Next, when all the evidence has been presented to you, I will instruct you on what law applies in the case. I will read the instructions to you. You will have individual copies of the written instructions when you go into the jury room for deliberations. Then the lawyers will make their closing arguments. Then you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff, where you will select a presiding juror. The presiding juror will preside over your discussions of the case, which are called deliberations. You will then deliberate in order to reach a decision, which is called a verdict. Until you are in the jury room for those deliberations, you must not discuss the case with the other jurors or with anyone else, or remain within hearing of anyone who may be discussing it. No discussion means no emailing, text messaging, blogging, or any other form of communication. You might get the picture. This has been a problem for courts in the past. So that's why we repeat it as often as we do. It's your duty as a jury to decide the facts in this case based upon the evidence presented to you during this trial. Evidence is a legal term, and it includes the testimony of witnesses, documents, and physical evidence, or physical objects, excuse me. It's also your duty to accept the law from my instructions, regardless of what you personally believe the law is or ought to be. You are to apply the law from my instructions to the facts, and in this way decide the case. The only evidence you are to consider consists of testimony of witnesses and exhibits admitted into evidence. When a witness testifies, please listen very carefully. You will need to remember testimony during your deliberations, because testimony will rarely, if ever, be repeated for you. Any exhibits that are admitted into evidence will go to the jury room with you during your deliberations. The remarks of the lawyers, Mr. Hersey and Mr. Yulin, and their statements and arguments are intended to help you understand the evidence and apply the law. But their statements are not evidence unless they're under oath on the witness stand. And the only evidence that you will consider is the testimony and the exhibits. The law will be contained in my instructions to you, and you must disregard anything the lawyers say that is at odds with the evidence or the law in my instructions. You may hear objections by one of the parties or both the parties during trial. Each party has the right to object to questions asked by another lawyer and may have a duty to do so. These objections should not influence you, and you should make no assumptions or draw any conclusions about an objection. One of my duties as judge is to decide whether or not evidence should be admitted during this trial. What this means is I will decide whether or not you should consider evidence offered by the parties. For example, if a party offers a photograph as an exhibit, I will decide whether or not it's admissible. Do not be concerned about the reasons for my rulings. You must not consider or discuss any evidence that I do not admit or that I tell you or ask you to disregard. Our state constitution prohibits a trial judge from making a comment on the evidence. Because it's your role to evaluate the evidence, it would be improper for me to express by words or conduct my personal opinion about the value of a particular witness's testimony or an exhibit, and I will not intentionally do this. But if it appears to you that I have indicated in any way my personal opinion concerning any evidence, you must disregard this entirely. Now, this is Cindy Pope.
Hello.
She will help you with any problems that you have related to jury service. Do not, however, ask her anything about the facts or the law in the case. You are allowed to take notes during this trial. Whether or not you take notes is completely your own decision. If you do choose to take notes, you should make sure that this does not interfere with your ability to listen to and observe the witnesses. You must take notes on the notepad that you have in front of you only and not on any other paper. And you must not take your notepad out of the courthouse for any reason. When you recess during trial, they'll either stay in here or they'll be in the jury room with you. And at the end of the day, they'll be left in the jury room. And while you're away, no one else will read your notes. You must not discuss your notes with anyone or show your notes to anyone until you begin deliberating on your verdict. This includes your fellow jurors. During deliberations, you may discuss your notes with other jurors or show your notes to them. You're not to assume that your notes are necessarily more accurate than your memory. I'm allowing you to take notes to assist you in remembering clearly, not to substitute for your memory. You are also not to assume that your notes are more accurate than the memories or notes of the other jurors. After you've reached a verdict, your notes will be collected and destroyed by the bailiff, and no one will be allowed to read them. Now, the rest of these paragraphs I read to you, some of them I read to you at the Eagles about just all the information that you're going to get has to come from the courtroom and in the courtroom and not from other places. I'm not going to repeat that. So after you've delivered your verdict, this is where I ended up there. After you deliver your verdict, you will be free to do any research that you choose and to share your experiences with others. And I did also throughout the trial, you must maintain an open mind. You must not form any firm and fixed opinion about any issue in the case until the entire case has been submitted to you for your deliberation. As jurors, you're officers of this court. As such, you must not let your emotions overcome your rational thought process. You must reach your decision based on the facts proved to you and on the law given to you, not on sympathy, prejudice, or personal preference. To assure that all parties receive a fair trial, you must act impartially with an earnest desire to reach a just and proper verdict. To accomplish a fair trial takes work, commitment, and cooperation. A fair trial is possible only with a serious and continuous effort by each one of us. And once again, I thank you for your willingness to serve this court and our system of justice. So ladies and gentlemen, this time I'm going to ask you to give your full attention to the opening statement of Mr. Hersey on behalf of the city. Mr. Hersey.
Thank you, Judge. Would you like me to close the door out there?
So I'm going to I'll preface before we get started, if any of you does need to have a break for any reason, just go ahead and raise your hand and let me know. Ideally, it'd be between witnesses, but it doesn't have to be between witnesses. So I'll try to check with you and make sure that you're doing okay, but if you do need a break, let me know. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. No problem. Good afternoon. Thank you all for coming back. I appreciate it. Although no one here was disqualified for hardship reasons, you didn't have any 13-year-old birthday parties to go to. Jury duty is a hardship for everybody. You all have busy lives, you all have jobs, you all have things, I think, for the most part, except for turn number 3, maybe things you might rather be doing right now. So really, again, I do thank you for taking your time, and I thank you for your patience, because we'll need to be patient throughout this process. It's going to take some time as we present the case, go through the witnesses, get through all the evidence in, so I appreciate your time and your attention. Now, the good news is oftentimes criminal trials, they can be really long and complex. They can sometimes take weeks, not months. Fortunately for everyone here, that's not going to be the case here. Although we don't think will be done in one day, I think should be done by tomorrow, as long as everything goes as we hope. So again, thank you for your time and your attention. So the facts of this case are relatively simple, and they're as follows. You are going to hear from a woman named Shayna Hewlin. This is the defendant's wife. She is about 30 years old. She lives here in Bremerton. She married the defendant in August of 2020. At the time, she was about 5 or 6 months pregnant, and they had a child together in January of 2021. You'll learn that Ms. Hewlin also has 2 children from a prior relationship. I think their ages are about 6 and 8 now. But Ms. Hewlin will tell you she really doesn't have much family here in Washington, not much here in Western Washington, and maybe not any in the state. Her brother and her sister-in-law live over on the East Coast, so she's a little bit isolated from her close family. And she'll tell you that her and the defendant, they split financial and child care duties. She works here, I think, as a massage therapist, and he works as well. So they do rely upon each other financially for child care, things of that nature. And you'll learn that this case more or less started on April 15th of 2021. So just about 4 months ago. The facts will show she called her brother. Her brother's name is Montana. He lives on the East Coast. And she called her brother and indicated that she needed help. She needed help getting out of a marriage, out of a relationship with Mr. Hewlin, and she wanted some way to get out. And you'll learn that at this point, her brother spent quite a bit of time talking to her on the phone and eventually convinced her to need help from law enforcement. So what they did was he stayed on the phone with her. She packed up her 3-month-old daughter. She packed up her firearm, put it in her diaper bag. And her brother Montana stayed on the phone with her while she drove from her home in Bremerton to the central office location of the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office. Meanwhile, while she was driving there, she had her sister-in-law, her name is Nicole Reiner, call 911, reach out to the dispatch in Washington State, and try to get connected, figure out where she was going, who she could talk to when she got to the sheriff's office. Eventually, she packed up her child ready, her firearm, she put it in the diaper bag. She texted one of her friends to meet her at the sheriff's office for support. She got there on April 15th, about 9 or 10 at night that night. And when she got there, she met with Deputy Chad Miller of the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office. He found her in her white minivan sitting out in the parking lot crying. She found her friend in the shotgun in the passenger seat in the front, and her child was just sitting on her lap as well. She told him that she had the firearm in the diaper bag, and she took it so it wouldn't be close to her husband. At this point, you'll learn that she disclosed for the first time to law enforcement what happened just a few days prior on April 12, 2021. Now, she'll tell you on April 12, 2021, she had been FaceTiming video chat with a friend of hers, a male friend, who was in Germany and he was going out on deployment. And they were just friends. They just wanted to chat and catch up. But she'll tell you she didn't tell Daniel that she had this chat with him while he was out at work or out of the house. And later that night, on April 12th, she got a follow-up text from her friend, his name is Ben Colley. He said, hey, it was a great chatting with you today. At that point, you'll learn that the defendant, Mr. Yulin, saw that text, and it enraged him. He thought at that point that she'd been cheating on him. He accused her of cheating multiple times. She was trying to appease him, trying to calm him down, trying to say, no, we're just friends. This wasn't cheating. This was just talking. My friend was over in Germany. He wouldn't listen. And at a certain point, she tried to calm him down. He grabbed her by the arms while they were in the kitchen, shoved her into the counter, leaving a large bruise on her back. Now, she'll tell you she disclosed at that time to the deputy that he tracks her phone. They use an app. It's called Find My Friend, or another one of those similar apps where you can track friends, loved ones, locations by turning on location services just on the app to see where they are at all times. She'll tell you when she drove to the sheriff's office in Silverdale that day, she turned off her location services. She'll tell you that because she didn't want him to find out where she went, what she had disclosed to law enforcement. She'll tell you she told him she was going out to Target in Silverdale, but she was also concerned about him checking her call log. And at that point, that's when she called Montana, her brother, and her sister-in-law called 911. Now, you'll hear from Deputy Miller, who met with her in the parking lot that day, and tell you what he saw, what he took in, and how he advised her to talk to the YWCA, provide her with resources. People who might be in a similar situation, try to find a safe place to stay, encourage her to stay with a friend that night, bring her child, bring some belongings, she had somewhere safe to be that. But he also took that report about that initial incident on the 12th, and he asked where she lived and said, oh, okay, this is actually in the city limits of Bremerton, so I'm going to refer this to the Bremerton Police Department. And that's where you'll hear from Brandon Greenhill, who's an officer with BPD, who got the case that next morning, who opened it up. And first thing he did was he tried to contact Shea. He tried to give her a call on her listed phone numbers, but she didn't pick up. And then he called Nicole Reiner, the person who called 911 from Washington, D.C., her sister-in-law. And at that point, he asked Nicole if he could have her text him, reach out to him. He just wanted to check on her and see what was going on. And he learned at that point that Shea had already gone back to Mr. Ewan and his home at Rasmussen Lane here in Bremerton. And she agreed to talk to him, but she told him, listen, I'll talk to you, but I might have to hang up at any moment if he comes home. And he asked why that was. And you'll hear that she told Officer Greenhill that the defendant told her she lost her privileges to know where he was. And he was turning off this location. So she wouldn't know where he was. Now, at this point, again, Officer Greenhill said, hey, let me help. Let me get some resources for you. Let's get you to the YWCA. Let's see if we can find an advocate for you to help you with this process. And she'll tell you at this point she wasn't willing to cooperate. She wasn't willing to provide a sworn statement. She wasn't willing to go any further. At this point, the facts will show she just wanted out. She just wanted things to get better. She just wanted it to stop. And he said, okay. Not much more I can do, but if it gets worse, if anything happens, you have my direct number, please call me. I will be there in a moment's notice to help you. So a couple weeks goes by, and then you'll hear from Officer Greenhill that he got a call from Shea Hewland again, this time on April 27th. About 9:30 in the morning, he got a call from her, and she's crying. She's hysterical. She says, that's it, I need to get away from him. I'm willing to get a no contact order. I'm willing to sign a statement. I just need to get away from it. It's gotten too bad. And at that point, she disclosed an incident that happened that Sunday, and that was the 25th of April, 2021. She'll tell you that she was told by a friend that about 2 weeks before their wedding, Miss Yulin had tried to sleep with her. And when she got this news, she confronted Mr. Yulin and said, "What is this about?" I'll tell you at this point, he became enraged. An argument ensued. She tried to calm him down, but it didn't work. At this point, she ran upstairs to their daughter's room, who was only 3 months old, where the crib is, where all her belongings are, locked the door behind her, asked to leave him alone, asked to be left alone. At this point, the evidence will show, he said, "You think this door is going to stop me?" He busted down the door with his fist or his shoulder, leaving a large hole in the door and breaking his way in. And Officer Greenhill later went to the house, he saw that door, he took photos of the door, and you'll get to see that as well. And at that point, Officer Greenhill also received photos of a bruise that formed from the first incident on the 12th, where he pushed her into the counter. And you'll see a couple pictures of a large bruise along her back, consistent with a straight line. Now, at that point, Ms. Yulin was willing to get help. And Officer Greenhill will testify that he advised her how to go down to the courthouse in Port Orchard at the Superior Court, fill out a petition, ask the court for a no contact order. And that's what she did. Members of the jury, the facts here are simple. But you'll also hear evidence that after the charges were filed, she went to Idaho for a little while to stay with some extended family, but it wasn't long before she came back. It wasn't long before she came back to Mr. Yulin. And at that point, charges had been filed. And you'll hear evidence that she's no longer sticking with the story. Now, what she said wasn't true. The members of the jury, today, tomorrow, throughout the course of this trial, it is the city's burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crimes of assault in the 4th degree and malicious mischief in the 3rd degree. The city is confident that we will uphold that burden, and at the end of this trial, I will ask that you return verdicts guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hersey. Mr. Yulin, would you care to make an opening statement at this time?
I would like to reserve that, please.
Very good. No problem. Then you may call your first witness.
Okay. And may I have a moment to advise her of the court's pretrial rulings? It won't take long.
Sure. Is this your witness right here?
That's Ms. Mann.
All right.
She's my legal assistant.
Right. You guys, jury's okay right now? Doing okay?
Mhm.
Okay, great. So we'll be underway here shortly. Are you doing okay? Let me know if you need it. For the record, we have another courtroom going next door. Sometimes that courtroom can be noisy. So we have the opportunity to close this door. If we close the door, there's a sign on the door indicating that the courthouse is, or the courtroom is open to the public. And as I indicated earlier today, the proceedings are being streamed on YouTube, and that's still the case. So in that sense, the courthouse is open to the public as well.
Excuse me. I'm a Forbright, Officer Forbright.
Ma'am, if you're going to be in court, you need to be quiet, okay?
Yes, sir, Officer.
Thank you.
For the interruption, you're on.
No problem. We're at a kind of at a break.
Get Mary out of here for you. Mary, come on.
Okay, but this is your package. I'm
Not right now.
leaving the country, Judge Doctor. You told me under
Not right now,
licensing
let's
with you. Before I leave, I need permission from you.
I have 4 cars, progressive, and.
But now's not the time. You can come in
When
tomorrow.
I have, and I need my car out of impound. The Golf 95,
Okay.
the stolen vehicle from Pennsylvania.
Miss
got-
Cloran, can you pick up your stuff on the
I need
floor,
a
please?
next court date, so you can tell me when to leave. I'm leaving in 3 weeks to go to Cambridge.
You
Let's
can-
go upstairs. You come up, let's go.
I got 3 new cars.
My clerks will tell you when you can come to court sometime next week.
Oh, it better be next week, because I'm leaving in 3 weeks.
Next week's fine,
Okay.
but not right now.
They told me they wouldn't even give me a court date. They're like, we won't even give you a court date.
Can you pick up her stuff, please?
Oh, yeah, and I want the interlocks for the Golf. I'll pay for it, the interlocks, because I have to go to Canada.
Let's go, come on.
Okay,
That's
cool.
fine. Let's go.
I'm going to Canada
Here.
right now, though.
Let's go.
I'll be in Canada, but I'm
No,
not
that's fine.
driving.
That's fine.
And this was for you. We have
Sorry,
new
guys.
banks. We have new banks, Majesty Court.
I just got these.
Once again, welcome to Bremerton Municipal Court. For the record, that was completely unrelated to Mr. Euland's case. I'm confident. Ma'am, can you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please have a seat. I'll say the same to you, ma'am. You, as far as I'm concerned, you're not required to wear a mask. If you want to wear a mask, you may, but the jury's going to need to hear whatever it is that you have to say. And it's usually better for them to also see any expression on your face.
Do you have an extra mask you would like me to wear?
I can offer you a plastic mask, but as I said, you're not required to wear it. Are you okay with that one?
Yes, I didn't get the vaccine. So.
Do you want to wear one?
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. See if you can
And how
figure
do
that.
I,
Turn it over. No, those go on top. Those little promontory, and turn it around. So no, keep that on top. Yeah, right like that. So stick that, your nose goes in between that.
all right,
Does that work for you?
that'll work.
Okay, so
Okay, I don't know if I said it, but the city calls the Shayla.
you didn't say, anything.
Yeah, I don't know.
Go
I
ahead.
got
What's your
very
name?
distracted. There's a lot of things that happen.
Correct.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Shaya Yuan,
And could you spell your first name
SHAYA,
and your last name?
ULIN,
What is your birthday?
5/12/91,
And where were you born?
Lewiston, Idaho,
And where did you grow up?
Grangeville, Idaho.
Okay. And what brought you to Bremerton?
I got into a relationship with somebody that got stationed out here,
How long have you been out in Bremerton?
almost 12 years.
And are you currently married?
I am,
To whom?
Mr. Yuan.
And you see him in the courtroom?
Yes.
Let the record reflect. Oh, well, could you describe where he is and what he looks like? Just by what he's wearing?
He is sitting in front of me to the right in blue shirt and pink and blue top.
Okay. I'll let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. So you've been here for 12 years. Do you work out here?
Yes, I work for the hospital, St. Michael's Hospital.
Okay. And what do you do there?
I'm a massage therapist in outpatient rehab.
About how many hours per week do you work?
I was working about 34-ish hours a week, and then I cut back to about 24.
Is that how much you currently work right now?
Yes.
Okay. And where do you currently reside?
I have been staying at my sister's house in Idaho. I came back for the sole purpose of doing this, at which point Daniel vacated the home, and I've been staying at the house.
And what is the address of that home?
717 Rasmussen Lane in Bremerton.
Okay. And do you own that home?
I own half the home, yes.
Okay. Well, presumably the other
Yes.
half is your husband. Okay. How many bedrooms does the home have?
It has 4,
Okay. How many bathrooms?
2.5.
And is it all one level or is it multiple levels?
We have 3 levels.
3 levels. Okay. And do you have any children?
I have 3 daughters.
Okay. And what are their ages?
Olivia is 8, Adeline is 5, and Remy is 6 months old.
Olivia, Adeline, and Remy?
Yes.
Okay. And your daughters reside with you?
Remy resides full-time with me. Olivia and Adeline, their father and I have a 50-50 custody. So I get them every other week.
Is their father in Bremerton as well?
Yes, he lives right off the fairground.
So, where is Remy's room in relation to your house?
When you walk into the home, it's on the main level.
Main level, okay. Has it always been on the main level?
Yes. Well, when she was a baby, she stayed down in the basement with us.
Okay. And do you own a vehicle?
I do.
What kind?
It's a 2017 Toyota Sienna.
Okay. What color?
White.
Now, do you have any family in the area?
I don't have any family in the area.
As the closest family in Idaho?
Yes. My brother used to be in Spokane, but he moved to DC. So he was the closest to me for a while.
And what is your brother's name?
Montana.
And do you have any other siblings?
3 other siblings.
But they're all far away as well?
Yes.
Okay. And you said Montana lives on the East Coast?
Yes.
And is Montana married?
Yes.
And what is the spouse's name?
Nicole.
What is her last name?
Greener.
And I think you said they live in Washington, D.C.?
Yes.
Are you close with them?
I'm closest with my sister Jessica.
Okay. But would you communicate regularly with Montana or Nicole?
It's sporadic.
Sporadic?
Yes.
Okay. Would you generally communicate with them by text or apps? Like that?
We usually talk like mainly in a group chat between the family.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so you said you have 3 daughters, Olivia, Adeline, and Remy. And what is the name of Olivia and Adeline's father?
Roger.
Roger, okay. And how long have you and Roger been separated?
Oh gosh. 4 years? A little over 4 years?
Okay. And do you have any pets?
2 cats.
What are their names?
Gator and Fiona.
Those are good names.
My daughter named them.
And do you own a firearm?
I do.
What kind of firearm?
I think it's a Glock 9. I'm not sure.
Is that like a handgun?
Yes, a
semi-automatic? Okay. And where do you keep your firearm?
It is in a lockbox, and usually it is in the bottom of my vehicle.
Do you ever keep it in the home?
When I first got it, yes.
Okay. And have you ever shared the password to the lockbox with Mr. Buell?
No, he's never known the password.
And so you said the lockbox is in the vehicle, but before it used to keep it in the home? Is that right?
When I first got it.
Okay. And was it the same lockbox or
Yes.
was it different?
Yes, I bought the gun with the lockbox.
Okay. Okay. Now, I want to talk a little about your relationship with Mr. Yulin. How did you first meet him?
At the gym that we go to.
And how long have you known him? How long ago was that?
Just about 2 years.
And when did you start dating?
Fairly quick. I want to say February 9th of 2020.
February 9th, 2020?
Mm-hmm.
And when did you get married?
October 29th, 2020.
Oh, okay. August. I thought it was August.
Oh, shoot, August. I'm thinking the purchase of our home right now
Okay.
was in October.
So you're married in August.
Yes.
Purchased the home in October.
Yes.
Okay. And so that made you about like 6 months pregnant or so when you got married?
No, I was just about 4 months pregnant.
4 months pregnant, okay.
Mhm.
Sorry, the math isn't good. Okay. Does the defendant also have children of his own from a prior relationship?
Yes.
How many?
1.
And what is the name of the child's mother?
Tiffany.
Her last name?
She got married, so I don't know her last name.
Okay. Did you know Tiffany personally?
No.
Did he ever share any details about his relationship with Tiffany with you?
Mainly that it wasn't a good relationship.
Okay. And as of April 2021, were you and the defendant living together at 717 Rasmussen Lane in the city of Bremerton?
Yes.
And at the time, were you both working to pay the bills?
I was still on maternity leave
Okay.
from having our daughter.
When did you go off leave?
I went off of leave, I believe, April 26th or April 27th, one of those.
Now, would you and the defendant ever use any apps to keep track of each other's locations?
We don't keep track of each other's locations. His has never been on. And I turned mine on of my own free will to only share with him.
So how does the app work?
You can go in and you can see, there's like a map and you can see all of your friends that you have on the app. And if they choose to show their location, you can see where they are. You just click into the map part of it.
So is it your testimony, your idea to share your location with him at all times?
I did.
Why is that?
We had some conversations about where I had been at certain times, and so I had chosen to turn it on so that he could see where it was.
So were you trying to like appease him or something? Was he demanding to know where you were?
No, he was not. He actually asked me not to turn it on.
But, okay.
He
Has
said
he-
that if he wasn't going to turn his on, he didn't expect me to turn mine on.
Okay. Has he ever checked your text messages?
We have both gone through each other's phones, yes.
Okay. Has he ever checked your like call logs,
I-
FaceTime call logs, things like that?
We've both done it to each other, yes.
Okay. And why is that?
Curiosity.
I'd like to talk to you a little bit about April 15, 2021. Do you remember this day?
Vaguely.
Do you remember the night you drove to the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office in Silverdale?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, members of the jury, everything you remember that happened that day, which led you up to getting in the car and driving?
I had been on a phone conversation with a friend of ours, and I had asked her questions about Daniel because Daniel had not been home that day. And she had told me that he had told her if he had to choose at that point that our relationship would be over. And so I got very emotional and left the phone call going and went to the other room. Then I came back and asked her to come over and take Remy. At which point she said that she wasn't going to come over. And so then I left and I started crying and I came back and I hung up the phone. I left the house at that point, and started to drive towards the gym because that's where he was at, and chose halfway through to turn back around and go back home. Went back home and she had been texting me and said that if I didn't answer, she was going to do a welfare check on me or a wellness check, one of those things. And I told her I was fine. And then I told her that I was going to give him the divorce that he wanted. At that point, my brother called me and he suggested that I go to the police station.
Why would you suggest to go to the police station?
Because of the events I was telling him about my bruise and stuff.
Okay. Let's go back a little bit. So you said you were first on the phone with a friend. Who was that?
Heather,
What's Heather's last name?
Beckwith,
Okay. And so what were you and Heather talking about?
the status of our relationship, Daniel's and mine.
And what prompted that conversation?
wanting to know where he stood because he was talking to her and he wasn't talking to me.
So what do you mean by talking to her? Was he in a romantic relationship with her?
No. No, they're very good friends.
Okay. So what was your concern with why you talked to her?
To see if she could give me any insight of where he was at in the relationship because we hadn't been speaking for a few days.
You hadn't been speaking for a few days?
Yeah.
Okay. And at that point, you had told your brother and that you wanted out of the relationship with Daniel, correct?
I don't remember saying that exactly. I do remember asking him if I was doing the right thing quite a bit
What does that mean?
by going to the police station. Because he said he wouldn't get off the phone call with me until I went. And I was extremely emotional and hysterical to the point where he actually said that he was going to have somebody come over and do a wellness check on me as well.
Who is he? Montana?
Yeah, my brother.
Okay. So now you got in your car and you left to report, you said something about a bruise.
Mhm.
Tell me about the bruise.
The bruise, I believe it might have been a Monday evening. I can't remember if it was Monday or Tuesday. But I had a friend text me and we were in bed and I opened the text message and it said, "It was nice chatting with you." And at that point, we had stopped having sex and he was questioning me about the text message. And I told him it was a friend and he left to go into the bathroom to go to the bathroom and think. And I followed him into the bathroom and he didn't want to have a conversation about the issue. But I kept pushing and pushing and pushing to talk about it. And he just didn't want to talk about it at all. At that point, I believe I went into the master bedroom out of the bathroom to grab my phone and dropped my phone, pushed the rocking chair over, the rocking chair broke, went back into the bathroom and he had said, I can't remember exactly what he said, but something about there could have been multiple conversations that he didn't know about. I got very mad and upset and ended up smashing my phone. To which point he said that, well, now we'll never know because I had smashed my phone. And then I believe that he got up to go to the counter and I wanted to talk to him, but he wouldn't look at me. So I grabbed his face to have him look at me and I told him to look at me. He didn't want to look at me. I kept trying to hug him. He didn't want hugged and he told me to stop touching him. At which point I believe that I was standing halfway in the doorway, which is probably about this big. So it's not a very big doorway. And I had grabbed him to hug him and he had tried to get out of the doorway and I fell into the counter.
So it's your testimony today that he tried to get out of the door and you fell into the counter?
Yes, and I mean, in the shuffle I was pushed, but he didn't intentionally push me.
Do you remember telling Officer Greenhill that he grabbed you by the arms, shoved you backwards into the counter? Remember telling that?
I don't recall saying that.
You do remember eventually meeting with Officer Greenhill, right?
I do.
Okay.
I only met with Officer Greenhill about maybe 2 weeks after that.
But you had talked to him on the phone just the day after.
The day after, yes. He had reached out to my sister-in-law, Nicole.
And that's what you told him the day after as well, that he grabbed you and shoved you into the counter.
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Okay. Do you recall turning your location services off when
I
you
did.
went to the sheriff's office?
Yes,
Why
my
did you do that?
brother advised me to do it.
Why did you do it?
Why did I do it? So that he wouldn't know that I was going to the police station.
And do you remember telling the defendant that you're actually going to target and not?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you feel the need to lie to him?
Because I didn't want to pursue any further contact with the police station. And so I didn't want it to come to light that I had gone to the police.
Isn't it true that you got in trouble for turning off your location services with him?
No, he said that it made him not trust me, as it further validated him not trusting me.
Do you remember him turning off his location services, saying that you lost your privileges to know where he was?
He's never had his location services on since I've met him.
Do you remember telling Officer Greenhill that he did tell you that?
No, that's not what I said to Officer Greenhill. I told him that I lost my privileges to know where he was at regarding work.
But you never knew where he was at, right?
There would be times that he would tell me what job he was working on and where he was working.
So I want to talk to you about when you got in that car. It was your minivan, right? The Toyota Sienna?
Yeah.
So did you bring your firearm with you?
I did.
And where did you put the firearm?
The firearm was in the front passenger seat in my, it's not a diaper bag, but it's a handbag that I use as a diaper bag.
Okay, okay. Why did you feel the need to bring your gun?
Because it's mine and I didn't want to leave it in the house.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't know the answer. My brother told me that I should take it.
Did you always bring your gun with you everywhere you went?
No, I didn't, not prior to that. After that, I just left the gun in my vehicle.
And you called a friend to meet you at the sheriff's office, right?
I didn't call him. My sister-in-law called him.
Okay.
Or my brother. I think it was Nicole because Montana was on the phone with me.
Okay. So Montana was on the phone with you, and then Nicole was on the phone with 911?
Yes.
Okay. And what was this friend's name who met you?
Adam,
Okay. How do you know Adam?
he's an ex-boyfriend.
Okay. So as you were driving up to Silverdale, you stayed on the phone with your brother, right?
Yes, I was on the phone with my brother the whole time.
And were you crying?
Yes.
Were you concerned about trying to call 911 on your own phone?
No.
So tell me what happened when you got to the parking lot.
Remy started fussing in the back seat, so I picked her up and started to feed her. At that point, I think I was still on the phone with my brother. And then I want to say the officer, well, Adam showed up first and then the officer right behind him. And then I talked to the officer.
Now I want to go back a little bit to April 12th, the incident with the bruise on your back. So you said you had was it a FaceTime call with a friend?
Yes.
Was that Ben Colley?
Paoli.
Kaoli. Okay. And how do you know Ben Kaoli?
We had been lifting partners at the YMCA for quite a few years.
Did your husband Daniel know Ben?
No, Ben, he left for the Army before I met Daniel.
And where does Ben live now? Or I guess at the time, and could be anywhere now.
Yeah, but at the time he was in Germany.
Okay. Now, did you ever share with Mr. Doolin that you would FaceTime with Mr. Kaoli?
No, I did not.
When?
Honestly, it was a busy weekend and I had just not thought of bringing it up.
And did Mr. Doolin accuse you of cheating on him?
He said that it could be a number of many things.
Was one of those things cheating?
It could have been, yes.
Do you remember saying that he accused you of cheating on him?
Yes, I do remember saying that.
And how did he, what did you say when he accused you of cheating on him?
That I wasn't.
It Seemed like he believed you.
He's a skeptical guy, so he was skeptical about it.
At this point, how would you describe your demeanor? Were you upset?
I was extremely upset.
And how was his demeanor? Was he upset?
Reserved, not wanting to speak of it.
He wasn't angry?
He was wanting to make his own decisions on what had happened. So he was just sitting there thinking, and I was the one wanting to speak about it.
Now, so this argument, conversation, it started, were you in the bedroom at the time when it started?
Yes.
And it ended in the kitchen? Or where did
No, it never went to the kitchen.
Okay.
It
So
was
what,
master bathroom.
master bathroom, that's the counter?
Yeah.
That's the counter you were pushed into?
Yes.
Okay. So you said you were blocking the doorway?
Yes.
And which side of the doorway were you on?
He was at the sink, and the doorway's right here, and I was standing right here.
So Mr. Yulin's over here, he's actually in the bathroom.
He's in the bathroom in front of the sink.
And you are actually on the doorway to the bedroom?
I'm at his shoulder, right here.
You weren't in the doorway.
If it's right here and he's right here, I was right here. He had backed up to go past me, so I was in the doorway.
So you actually were inside the bathroom?
Mm.
Or I'm having a hard time following you. So when you were, I guess, when you said you fell into the counter, where were your feet before you fell into the counter? In relation to the doorway. Are you in the doorway?
Doorway. Sink. Me, half of the doorway, because the doorway is not very wide. The doorway is about this wide. I'm standing right here in half of the doorway. He's standing right here looking at the sink. When he backed up, I pivoted.
So you're saying you just pivoted and lost balance?
No, I did not. No, when he went to go past me, he went past me and I fell backwards.
Is it your testimony that he never grabbed you by the arms?
I don't know if he did or not. I can't remember.
Remember telling the officer that he had some marks on your arms after it happened the first time?
I don't remember that part. I remember showing him the big bruise on my back.
And you actually took the picture of the bruises on your back, right?
Yes.
And when did you take those pictures?
I want to say a few days later, because the bruise has started to turn brownish yellow.
Now, during this argument, conversation, this incident on the 12th, at any point, did he ever make any threats to you?
No, he did not.
Do you remember telling Officer Greenhill that if you didn't leave him alone, he would fuck you up like he did to Tiffany?
There's a lot of things that were said that night. I remember at one point I was in his face and he was sitting on the edge of the bed, and he told me if I didn't want him to leave, then I needed to get out of his face. At which point I exited the bedroom and I went and I slept in our daughter's bedroom upstairs. And that's where I slept for the next 3 or so nights.
So, Mrs. Yulin, do you remember any threats about Tiffany and fucking you up like you did to Tiffany?
I'm trying to remember everything that was said that night, but honestly, it's been almost 5 months since all of that happened. And there's been a lot that's happened since then, and I can't remember verbatim everything.
Do you remember filling out a sworn statement with Officer Greenhill?
I was not with him when I filled out that statement. I was at the hospital.
Okay. Do you remember filling out a sworn statement?
I remember filling out the diagram and writing in the little tiny box.
Okay. It is a tiny box, you are
It's
correct.
a very tiny box, tiny handwriting.
And do you remember going to the Kitsap County Superior Court to ask for a no contact order?
I do remember leaving work that day and going straight to work.
And that was on the 27th of April.
Yes, that was my first day back to work.
All right, so first I want to start by showing you some photographs. This view on this is 4 photographs, this is only 2 photographs. Permission to approach her?
Sure.
For the record, I'm handing you city's identification number 1, number 2. Just take a look at those photographs. Do you recognize those?
Yep.
And what are they?
Bruce on my back.
On your back?
Yeah.
Was that from, you said a few days after the 12th is when you took that?
Yes, it had to have been.
Okay.
I mean, a bruise right away doesn't look brown and yellow.
Sure. So is that a fair and accurate depiction of the pictures you took and sent to Officer Greenhill?
This is what I took, yes.
Okay. I'll move to admit number 1 and number 2.
Can I see them, please?
Sure.
This appears to be number 1. Do you have any objection?
No, sir.
How about number 2? Any objection?
Never mind.
Do you know how these go? Are they marked correctly? Are these vertical like this?
Well, I can clarify with the witness.
Like that.
Yeah, like that? That makes sense.
Sure.
Permission to publish to the jury.
I'll admit the 2 exhibits and you may publish them.
And did you just take these pictures on your cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. Did that hurt?
At the moment, I think there was a lot of adrenaline going, so I didn't necessarily feel it until I saw it.
Okay. Did it hurt like the next day or the day after that when you took the photo?
I would say the next day.
Did you ever talk to him about it? Say, Dad, look my back?
He didn't even know that it was there until we were having sex and he said there was a bruise on your back.
Okay. So I also want to ask you a little bit about this affidavit you wrote in a very, very tiny box. So you testified that Mr. Hewlin did not grab you and did not shove you. Is that right?
He didn't shove me or grab me.
And for the record, I'm approaching Ms. Hewlin with identification number 5. Please take a look at what I just handed you.
Yes.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a incident report.
And you recognize your handwriting on there?
I do recognize my handwriting.
And did you recognize your signature?
Yes.
And what date did you sign that as well?
It says 21, 4/21, but
I think it must be the 27th.
I'm not sure that that is correct.
Sometimes I don't know what date it is either. So I want to talk to you about that document. Did anyone force you to write that?
No, nobody forced me to write this.
And was that in your own words?
Yes.
Now I know it's very tiny, but can you take a moment to try to I tried really hard to figure out what the handwriting says. But if you can take a moment to review the text. I want to give you a moment just to read it, okay? Just let me know when you're done.
I can read most of it.
Okay, okay. I want to direct your attention to probably about 2/3 of the way down. And correct me if I'm reading anything incorrectly, but you say he got up, I tried to hug him again, calm him down so he would listen, and he grabbed my arms and shoved me backwards into the counter and told me he didn't want me touching him at all.
Yeah, but that's not how it happened.
But I did read that correctly.
Yes, you did read that.
And that document says it's sworn under penalty of perjury, or you certify or declare that it's true to the best of your knowledge.
For the most part, yes.
Okay. Now, so you filled that out on the 27th, right?
Yeah.
And that same day, you actually went down to the Kitsap County Superior Courthouse, right?
Yes.
And why was that?
To get a no contact order.
And why did you feel you needed no contact?
Because we just had another bullet fight happen, and that's what I thought I needed to do. Once I got there, I called my dad and asked him if it was the right thing to be doing.
And for the record, I'm approaching Mrs. Yulin with city's identification number 6. Take a moment to review that. And there are some portions that have been redacted, but otherwise, I'm going to ask you if that appears to be fair and accurate.
For the most part. Yes.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention to page 5. And this is your handwriting?
This is my handwriting, yes.
And you filled this out in your own words?
Yes, with my, yep.
And no one forced you to go down to the courthouse?
No, nobody forced me.
And I want to make sure I'm reading this right. About the second sentence, it says, Dan proceeded to freak out, accusing me of cheating. I tried to talk to him. He wouldn't listen. I tried to hug him. He grabbed my arms, leaving bruises, and shoved me into the counter, which left a huge bruise on my back.
Yes.
He told me if I didn't leave him alone, he would fuck me up like he did to Tiffany, his other daughter's mom.
That's what it says.
So you don't remember him making any threats or grabbing you by the arms?
I remember a lot of things back and forth between us and things that we said, nice and not nice. I don't believe that he grabbed me by the arms.
Can you think of any reason why you would write that he made these threats and that he grabbed you by the arms and left bruises?
I think we can all say that in situations when we tell a story, we tend to tell a story that favors us and does not favor the other person. We tend to tell them the worst parts of something to gain sympathy from them. And that could have been what I was doing in that situation. Also, a lot of it was clouded because there was a lot of stuff that had happened in a short amount of time. Stuff gets jumbled up and you put it down best you can.
Actually, in that, the first statement you wrote for the supplemental form, you see the portion where you circled where your bruises were?
Yes, because I did have bruises there.
On your arms?
Yes.
How did you get bruises on your arms?
I mean, we were having sex the same night, so it could have been from that.
Okay. In the course of your relationship, has Mr. Yulin ever threatened you?
As what?
Has he ever threatened you once in the course of your relationship?
He said not nice things to me.
Define not nice things.
Calling me names. Not wanting to talk to me for days when we have a fight.
What kind of names?
Bitch. That's really one of the big ones.
Has he ever been violent to you?
No.
Isn't it true that when you were pregnant, he shoved you onto the bed?
That's not necessarily how it happened.
What did happen?
He had found a note in my old Eddie Bauer backpack that I had used for a diaper bag, and it was a shopping list. And on the shopping list, it had said stuff for like cream cheese, for a cheesecake, nightlight, diapers, wipes, a car manual, and condoms on it. And he got upset about it. I was at a massage when he found it. I came home and I told him it was an old shopping list. He said that it didn't look like an old shopping list. And so we got into an argument over that. He wouldn't listen to me. I started crying, of course. He was sitting on the bed and I was on my knees in front of him. And he was trying to play his game and ignore me. And I wanted to talk about it to get my side of the story through to him. He wouldn't listen to me, so I grabbed the remote from him and I slammed it on the ground and I broke it. He stood up to grab the remote and I stood up to hug him and have him talk to me. And he jerked his arm away from me and I fell onto the bed.
So it was entirely accidental.
Yes.
And how many months pregnant were you at the time?
I was about 4 months pregnant.
But you remember telling the court and kids out superior that he shoved you on the bed when you were pregnant?
I did write that.
And you also said he's never threatened you. Is that right? You remember him threatening to kill you and your baby's dad if he found out you were sleeping together shortly after the wedding?
That's not necessarily what was said either. That was in the same incident that had happened with the remote and falling onto the bed. He had said that he would be extremely, highly upset with me if he had found out that Roger and I were doing anything behind his back.
And Mrs. Yulin, earlier you testified that you voluntarily share all of your location information, and that was your idea,
That
right?
was my idea early on in the relationship.
So I could direct your attention to page 6 of the petition. The form asks on that second paragraph, describe any stalking behavior by respondent, including use of telephonic, audio, visual, or electronic means to harass or monitor. Isn't it true you wrote he monitors my location?
At that point during our big argument over Ben, he had checked my location a couple times. Other than that, I don't know if any times that he has checked my location. He could have, but he didn't tell me about it. He did tell me that he checked my location a couple times on that evening.
And so on that, the last page of this document, that is your signature, correct, Mrs. Gilman?
Which document?
Oh, sorry, the petition we're looking at on page 7.
That is my signature?
And I declare under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of Washington that the foregoing is true and correct, April 27th, 2021. You did sign under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
And when you went down to the courthouse, you were sworn in front of the judge?
No, I was not.
You weren't?
I never met with any judge. I sat in the waiting room the entire time.
Okay. Now, before I forget, I will move to admit those two exhibits, the affidavit and the petition. Right?
Have you seen those, Mr. Yulin?
I should have.
So the affidavit looks like this,
Yes, I've seen that. Yes.
and that is exhibit number 5. Any objection?
No.
5 will be admitted. This is exhibit 6, and it appears to be the petition for the protection order.
Superior Court?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any objection?
Okay.
So 6 will be admitted, Mr. Hershey.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
And Mrs. Dillon, do you remember asking for the no contact order to be longer than 1 year when you asked for the no contact order the first time?
I did not ask for longer than you, I don't believe. I believe it was only temporary.
So if I could direct your attention to page 3 of the petition. About 2/3 of the way down. You check the box next to the number 15, where you're asking for an additional request for it to remain effective for longer than 1 year because respondent is likely to resume acts of domestic violence against me.
So to be honest with you, a lot of the things in this, I did not understand. I even went up to the clerk and asked her about the residential thing because I didn't want to kick him out of the house, but I wanted to be able to get my things out of the house. And she actually helped me fill parts of this out. I don't remember checking 15, but it looks like my ex. So a lot of this I didn't understand, and I actually had to go back and ask her questions.
Okay. But you knew you were asking for a protection order.
It was what was advised to me, so yes.
Has Mr. Yulin ever told you stories about him making threats against his baby's mom, Tiffany?
I remember him telling me a lot of stories about him and Tiffany.
Did any of those include threats?
Not necessarily. I remember that he had an argument with her at one point about whether or not she had used while she was pregnant with their daughter. She got hysterical. He took her into the woods, got her high, brought her home. She asked if she was going to see him again the next day. He said yes. So stuff like that.
So it's your testimony that after he brought her into the woods to get her high?
He did, yes.
I have you take a look at page 4. This this is under the section for why you want an emergency temporary protection order effective immediately.
Mhm.
And the question was, what irreparable harm would result if an order is not issued immediately without prior notice to the respondent? And correct me if I'm reading this incorrectly, he stated, I'm afraid of what he might do. He's told me stories of how he told his baby's mom he would kill her and took her into the woods to scare her.
He did try to scare her, but they only ended up getting high, and he brought her home.
That must have been alarming to you, because you wrote you were afraid of what he might do.
I was not in the right mind state during this entire thing.
Do you ever feel like Mr. Yulin has ever isolated you from friends and family?
I have definitely isolated myself,
But I'm
but
asking
he is not isolated.
if he's ever isolated you.
No.
He's never isolated you.
At those points where I felt isolated, it was by my own doing, and I projected it onto him 100%.
Do you ever feel like, have you ever felt like he controls what you do? Controls you, movements?
No, he's never told me where I can and cannot go, or who I can and cannot talk to.
And have you ever felt like he's been verbally abusive?
He said some nice, not nice things, absolutely, but we all have.
And, looking at page 5 of your statement, stated he isolates, controls, verbally abuses.
Like I said, I wasn't in the right mind state.
So are you saying you were just making stuff up?
I think a lot of the stuff that was going on inside my head, I was making up.
But not everything in here, right?
What do you mean?
Well, you wrote, recently I got a message from a former friend asking to talk because he was going on deployment.
Yes,
He
that
lives
is
in
true.
Germany, called, we talked to him.
Yes, that is true.
So this portion is true.
That portion, yes, is true.
And then tell me when it's not true. After he sent me a message that said, nice talking to you, Dan proceeded to freak out, accusing me of cheating.
Mhm.
Is that true or
A lot of things were said.
not? Okay.
Uh,
I'm asking, did that happen?
You asked me this question earlier, and I said that cheating was probably one of those things that was said.
Okay. So this portion was true and everything after is probably not true.
So I remember the things that, very clearly, the things that happened before the argument was full blown. When an argument is full blown, a lot of things jumble up inside your head because you have adrenaline going. I don't know if you've ever been in an argument like that, but that's definitely what happened for me.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand what happened between April 12th to 27th to now where we are now. So,
I sent you multiple emails, Mr. Hersey.
so let's go back a little bit. So after that night where you went to the sheriff's office, you were planning to stay with a friend in Port Orchard, right?
I did stay with Abigail in Port Orchard for about 3 weeks.
You stayed with Abigail for 3 weeks?
Yes.
Did you ever go back home?
Not during those 3 weeks, I did not. No, after the contact order was put into place.
Oh, sorry. I meant after the 15th, that night you went to the sheriff's office?
Oh, I went back home. I did not go to Abigail's.
Why not?
Because I didn't want to pursue any of this.
But you like packed a bag and stuff, you're planning to stay the.
I didn't pack a bag. I had the diaper bag and I had my gun in the diaper bag and I
Okay.
had Remy.
So you went straight back home. What happened when you got home?
I went straight back home. I got out of the car, Remy was asleep, and I sat in the grass in the front yard and I talked on the phone to Dan.
When did Daniel get home?
Oh, I don't know when he got home.
Was it that
It
night?
was
or
late.
It was the same night?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you tell him where you went?
I told him I had gone to Target in the vape store.
And did he ask you at all about turning your location services off?
Yes, he had gotten the phone call from Heather because Heather and I had been talking that same day. and she had called him. And at that point, he had, I believe, checked my location to see if it was where I was, if I was still at home. And so he did bring up the fact that it was off.
Was he upset?
He told me that he couldn't trust anything I said.
Now, so we talked about the next day when you talked to Officer Greenhill on the phone about what happened, right? When was the next time you talked to Officer Greenhill?
After the next day,
After the 16th,
the first day I went to work, the 27th.
27th. That was your first day back at the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you call Officer Greenhill?
Because Daniel and I had gotten in a big argument and I didn't know what the outcome of it was going to be. And I had talked to Officer Greenhill for quite a while that day after, and so I felt like I could call him.
Okay. And so you said you and Daniel got in a big argument. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, I had been speaking with a mutual friend of ours, and she came over and proceeded to tell me some things that had happened between her and Daniel. And she left before he got home. So when he got home, well, before he got home, I told him not to talk to me. Locked myself in the bedroom. And he got home and he knocked on the door and he said, I don't know what to not talk to you about if you don't tell me. At which point I think a little bit after, maybe a few minutes had gone by, I opened the door and I came out and I had accused him of cheating on me with her from based off of what she had told me. We got in a fight. He said that's not how it happened. I wouldn't listen to him. I actually slammed the door on him. And he said something, I can't remember what he said, but I opened the door and I told him that he had ruined our wedding. And I was crying and slammed the door again and locked it. Yeah.
Okay. So tell me, what was it, the conversation you had with your friend? Who was your friend you were talking on the phone?
Sam?
Sam, what's Sam's last name?
I don't
You don't know Sam's last name? So you're not like super good friends?
know. No,
Okay. Just in your phone is Sam. Is Sam a boy or a girl?
she's a girl.
And how do you know Sam?
Through him.
And what prompted you to talk to Sam?
Well, we were friends on social media, but not like friends. So every so often we would send a meme to each other or something like that on social media.
All right.
So that's how it started.
I take it this upsetting news wasn't about a meme though, right? What was so upsetting to you that Sam told you?
She had come over and the way that she had told the story to me was that a couple weeks prior to our wedding, he had picked her up from Best Buy and taken her to the park to smoke with her. And they had talked about having sex or something like that. And then they ended up, she said that she had to set a boundary with him because he was trying to have sex with her. And that she set the boundary, they left it at that, that he had sent her pictures and videos that were inappropriate. And that was basically it.
And did you confront him about this news?
Yes,
How did that go?
I just told you.
Well, I mean,
A lot of screaming, yelling on my part.
Okay. And at a certain point, you locked yourself in your daughter's room?
I locked myself in there multiple times.
Okay.
Yes.
What did he do when you locked yourself in the room?
He was talking on the outside of the door for most of the part, until I was screaming and crying and told him that he ruined our wedding, and I slammed the door shut. At which point he tried to get the door open and the door broke.
How did the door break?
Well, I wasn't watching.
Where were you?
I was in the bed facing the wall with Remy cuddled up with me.
So your daughter was in the room with you,
Yes.
and you were just facing against the wall?
I was on the bed, so the the walls here. I was on the bed, cuddled around her facing the wall.
And I guess you weren't facing the direction of the door. What did
No.
you hear?
I just heard the door break.
Was it pounding before that, or was it one punch through the door?
It was like a thud, and then he was inside the bedroom.
And did he say anything while he was knocking on the door?
There was a lot of, I don't know, I don't remember.
Do you remember him saying, "Do you think this door is going to stop me"?
I think he said something along the lines of, do you think this door can hold a grown man back?
So it sounds like he was upset. Is that right?
He was upset because of what I was accusing him of, yes.
And he broke down the door.
Yes.
What happened after he broke down the door?
He came over to the bed and he said, I can't talk to you if you have yourself locked in the room. He said, I'm sorry that you had to find out what happened between Sam and I in this way. I shouldn't have had to have found out that way. And then after that, he left the room and he went to his car and he left.
Okay. So that was on a Sunday, the 25th, right?
The day before I went back to work, no, 2 days before I went back to work.
Okay. And you went back to work on the 27th. Right? Thereabouts.
Was it a Tuesday or a Monday? I can't remember.
I couldn't tell you. Okay. So, and then on the 27th, when you called Officer Greenhill that morning, he eventually came over to the house, right?
He did come over to the house.
Okay. And for the record, I'm approaching with city's identification number 3 and 4. Take a look at these photos.
Yep, that's Remy's door.
That is Remy's door. Is that I think I asked you, was she upstairs or was she downstairs?
She's on the main floor.
Main floor, okay. And Officer Greenhill took pictures of that door.
No, he did not.
Who took
I
pictures?
took those pictures.
You took those pictures, okay. Do they appear to be fair and accurate depictions of what the door looked like as of April 27th? Okay, I'll move to admit these two exhibits, number 3 and 4.
Mr. Yulin, any objection about this one? Any objection? No. 3 and 4 will be admitted.
Permission to publish?
Granted.
Ms. Yulin, this is a pretty big hole, right?
It just felt, the hole is from the front. The panel fell off to the side on the back.
Okay.
The hole is right there.
Okay. Mrs. Yulin, has the defendant ever taken your gun before?
No, he is not. Not that I have seen.
Do you remember telling Officer Greenhill on April 16th, 2021, that he took your gun 3 weeks prior, and after you got it back, you hid it from him?
I believe that we had had a conversation about it. I never saw him take my gun and I never saw it out of its box. But I do remember it going back into my vehicle at some point.
What do you mean a conversation? You had a conversation with Mr. Yulin about him taking your gun?
We had a conversation about the gun. We had also a conversation about where he was going. I don't ever remember him saying that he was taking it or had taken it. I never saw it myself.
Have you ever hidden your gun from Mr. Yulin?
I typically keep it hidden just because of him not knowing the password and stuff like that. The gun is mine. He doesn't have anything to do with the gun.
Is your testimony that he didn't know the password?
He doesn't know the password.
Why did you feel the need to hide it if it's in a locked box? Password?
Because of situations involving him and his past.
Okay. You remember filling out page 2 of the sworn statement?
Can I see it?
Yeah, of course. I want to make sure I got this right. So if I could direct your attention to 1 through 4.
He doesn't know the password to unlock.
But you wrote there that he
I
knows the
did,
password.
yes, but he does not know the password.
Do you have any idea why you would write that it's mine, he knows the password to unlock?
Like I said, I think we tell stories that are favorable to us. And at that time, I felt that I needed to.
So, did I get this right? You hid the gun under your daughter's room, in your daughter's room upstairs under the bed?
Yes.
Why did you feel the need to hide the gun?
Well, I have 3 other small children that are in the house. It's not just Daniel that are in the house. So, children and guns, I'm always going to keep a gun hidden.
Ms. Yulin, are you afraid of what the defendant might do if you testify consistently?
No. I don't know if you know, but I went to court on my own to drop the no contact order on my own and did swear in front of a judge that I was not afraid of my husband.
But you remember writing initially, I don't know what he's going to do to get back at me for this.
Exactly, because of my mind state at the time.
Is it fair to say you just want this case to go away?
Absolutely. I've written you multiple letters asking for it to go away.
Have you suffered any consequences to the custody of your other 2 daughters because of this case?
Not suffered, but there was a period of time where I didn't see them because I had talked with their father and had him keep them at his house so that they wouldn't be involved in everything that was going on.
But he's not trying to get custody because of this case?
No, he was going to revise the parenting plan, and he ended up not even going through with that.
Nothing further this time, Your Honor.
Before I have Mr. Yulin cross-examine this witness, I'll ask, is the jury doing okay? Does the jury want a break? You would like a break?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do a 10-minute break. Don't discuss case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Let's be back here at 3:40, please. You can go off the record.
And there might be one thing we need to address.
Fair enough. So why don't you just remain? right here. You guys can go with Cindy. Where is, okay. He needs to come back if we're gonna address something.
Yeah, if you need to use the restroom or something.
Forgot my pass. We need it up there, right?
There's another chair.
The one that's on the floor,
Yeah.
can you get it for her?
I don't know if she'll pay attention to that. Yeah.
So are we gonna,
I don't know, and we can. Wait.
can we open the other bathroom so multiple? Okay, thank you. Tell him smoking's bad for you. Well, how about we reconvene and we'll address your issue when Mr. Euland comes back. Okay, so you can, go, but you need to come back. I don't know, what, are you in charge of her? You can either stay here or you can leave, but don't have any contact with the defendant, don't talk to him about the case.
Do you have to go to the restroom or anything?
I would like to run to my car if I can.
Sure. I'll let you to the office.
Sweet, thank you.
Oh, I'll go check. Forgot that we were meeting.
Which is the most critical one? Wait, why is she? You're not supposed to be in here, man.
Oh, I don't?
No, you gotta go back.
Are you serious?
You're supposed to be back in the jury room. It's okay.
Oh, okay.
We gotta talk about some stuff. No problem. No worries. No worries. No, yeah, you know where it is? Can you close the door, Cindy? Okay, we're back in the record. The jury's out of the courtroom. All we have in the courtroom besides the parties is the witness and your, what do you call it? Prosecutor assistant.
Sure.
Thank you. Sorry.
Legal assistant.
Yeah.
Extraordinaire.
Okay, and you wanted to address something before the jury comes back in?
Yes, just making sure we're clear. So I think Mr. Doolin has some proposed exhibits he was going to use during cross-examination. Prior statements by Mrs. Doolin in the form of mostly emails, I think, and a notarized statement. I don't have any objection to that coming in generally, but I think within those statements, there is mention of postpartum depression diagnosis and medication she's on, things of that nature. So if his intent is to enter any of those items, I think it probably should be redacted, but that is why I'm addressing it now.
There are emails?
Yes, emails, there was a notarized statement.
From who to who?
From Miss Yulin to Miss Mann.
Addressed to you.
And addressed to me. Yep.
Regarding what do the emails, they talk about her desire to have you dismiss the case?
Yeah, that and recantation, everything. And then as an explanation, she offered that she wasn't in her right state of mind due to postpartum depression. And that she has been, in one of the emails, she goes into detail about her doctor, Julie McMillan, giving her medication for that and with that diagnosis, which obviously the court's ruling is that without the doctor here, that information should not come in. So
Mr. Yulin, are you seeking to introduce those documents into evidence?
Well, I would like to introduce some statements that she made into evidence. If he doesn't want anything mentioned about postpartum, I can do that, but you already ruled that I could ask about the medication.
Right, so why can't you just, what I'm asking is distinguishing between the written exhibits and what she testifies to.
Well,
Why do you need it in writing?
Well, I have it in writing.
Right,
I have it in
but can't
writing,
you just
and I'm
ask her to testify?
I'm gonna ask her about certain statements. I don't necessarily need to turn the whole document in.
Okay.
But I just want it noted that these are on documents that were written.
Well, you can ask her about that,
Okay,
but actually introducing those into evidence is a completely different thing.
fair enough.
Okay, no objection.
Okay, so let's go to the third. How you doing?
Is that a real question?
Yeah, we're not on the, oh, we are on the record. You don't have to answer, you're not on the, well, you are on your own. Don't answer, fine.
Okay.
Just want to make sure
I'll
everyone's
keep it
doing.
to myself.
Huh?
I'll keep the answer to myself.
Okay.
You just like small talk.
I want to make sure everyone's happy in my court.
This water tastes delicious, so
That's a lot.
please rise.
Now you can come back in. So the jury's coming back in the courtroom. We are still on the record. Hope everyone had a nice break. And you can go ahead and be seated, please. And now, Mr. Yulin, you may cross-examine this witness.
Thank you for being here. You've been married to your husband since what date? And in the time leading up to your marriage, the times that, the months leading up to it, did you ever encounter anything that would make you hesitant to marry Mr. Let's fast forward to your marriage. To the day of.
By the way, you don't have to refer to yourself as your husband if you don't want to.
Okay, so what?
That's just when you are going to be the witness. If you are,
Okay.
then you have to distinguish. For now, you can call yourself me. That's
Okay,
fine.
perfect, thank you. All right.
I don't want anyone to be confused. So go ahead.
So on the day that you guys were married, you seem like Mr. Yu was serious about the marriage. Previously before marriage, had Mr. Yulin given you glimpses into his past?
Absolutely.
Can you elaborate as to some detail, how much you really want really, about some of his past history and some of the things that he did to?
I mean, there was a lot of past history that was talked about, documents that were gone over.
Court documents?
Yes,
So you were aware of the defendant's prior criminal history?
absolutely,
You were aware of the defendant's prior prison time?
absolutely,
You were aware of the defendant's prior relationships? Were you aware of the fact that some of those relationships were less than healthy,
absolutely,
toxic,
Mhm.
in the defendant's words?
yes,
Did the defendant ever express reservations about any of those moments from his past?
elaborate,
Did he ever express regret? Did he ever express any type of guilt and shame over some of the things that he had done in his
Yes.
past? Did the defendant ever, in speaking to you about fights in the future or fights that we had in the past. Did the defendant ever ask you to allow him to leave when he wants to leave?
Yes.
And what was his reasoning behind it?
Objection calls for speculation and hearsay.
I'm going to sustain the objection, but you can ask her if she knows the reasoning.
Okay.
And then,
Did the defendant ever tell you his reason
Objection.
behind wanting to be?
what's the base for the objection?
Did the defendant ever tell you the reasoning? That's hearsay.
Well, it's a yes or no question, so I'll allow her to say, I'll allow her to answer the question.
Did the defendant ever express to you the reasoning behind him wanting to leave during arguments?
Yes.
And what was that?
Objection.
As to the specific response, that's hearsay objection. You want to be heard on that, Mr. Ewan?
Well, I'm asking her to give the defendant's exact words.
Right. Is there any type of exception that you know of to the hearsay rule that would allow that? I'll sustain the objection. You don't get to answer. You'll be able to testify if you decide to.
Did the defendant ever express regret over past arguments that you and the defendant had?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Did the defendant ever express to you ways that we could combat not escalating fights in the future? On the ninth question, April 12th. Actually, let's read. When was it that you received a text message from Ben stating the request to video chat?
I believe it was Saturday,
Saturday.
which would be the, what, 10th?
I believe so, yes. So on that Saturday, what did you tell him?
I said I had family in town and that we couldn't FaceTime then.
Where was your husband?
You were home with me,
When did you tell him to FaceTime?
sometime during the week
When your husband was?
at work.
So have you ever in the past expressed desire to know when your husband is speaking to the opposite sex?
Yes.
Have you ever expressed a desire to know if he FaceTimes with the opposite sex?
Yes.
Has that been kind of an unsaid or even said rule in the relationship?
Elaborate.
Well, have you made it a point? Have you ever told Mr. Hewlin that when he FaceTimes with another woman, if you need to be notified?
I don't believe I've said that, but I would like to know.
Okay, okay. Why would you like that?
Curiosity.
So if your husband were to conceal a FaceTime conversation with another, the opposite sex, what would be your response?
I'd be upset,
Would it cause a fight?
more than likely.
On that Monday, the night in question, what were you and I engaged in? And what was going on with your phone?
I was getting a lot of notifications.
And what was the defendant's question?
Objection.
What's the base for the objection?
Hearsay. Hearsay.
Your question is, what did you ask her? What was the question?
Yeah, what was the defendant, what was my response to the phone going off? What time was it?
Like 9:30 at night.
So are you objecting to that?
Yes.
I mean, if you can respond, depends on what the response is. If you can respond without using his words, but just express his sentiment, I could allow that. Do you know the difference? So what, you want her to say exactly what you said, or what
No,
was,
because.
what were your,
Because he's, I can't do that because you're saying.
Right.
So I would just, I guess in general, was the defendant curious about who's on the phone at that moment in time? Okay. And so where was your phone in proximity to the defendant at that moment?
Right down on the pallet,
Okay.
right next to us on the bed.
So when the defendant looked over, are you saying he saw Ben's name?
Yes.
Okay. And then the defendant proceeded to ask you about Ben, or,
You asked me who it was,
okay, and then you opened the text message after that?
right there in front of you, yes.
Okay. And the text message stated, it was really great talking to you with what was the thing called, the game?
Yes, it was a game.
Like a ping pong game or something.
Yeah, it's one of those games in the app that you can play like ping pong or darts or with the other person.
Okay, so at that moment in time, where was your husband in proximity to you?
Behind me.
Okay, so at that moment in time, did you explain to Ms. Newman the exact nature and the time frame of the conversation with Ben?
Maybe later on in the night. I don't think I said it right then. I think I apologized for not telling you.
Okay, so you're saying at that particular moment, that the original, I guess the beginning, the start to the FaceTime was Saturday, correct?
Yes.
And so at that point in time, you informed me of that?
After the text message?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so, and I was still behind you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, at that moment that information came in, what did I do next?
You looked at me and I asked if you were done having sex, and you left to go to the bathroom.
Why did you ask who? Answer freely.
Because you were no longer into it.
Okay, again, I think the jury is just wrong. Defendant then exited the room and went into the bathroom.
Yes.
Okay, at which point did the screaming begin?
Shortly thereafter,
Who initiated?
me, I was upset that you weren't listening to me.
And at that moment, did you speculate why he wasn't listening to you or didn't want to listen?
Many things ran through my head of why.
Okay. Did you feel as though the defendant wanted to carry on arguing with you at that particular moment?
No.
Did you feel the defendant was, you actually expressed, Mr. Hersey, that the defendant was thinking? What made you think the defendant was thinking?
Because you were sitting on the toilet and you said, "Let me think."
Okay. Did the defendant ever express reservations about being angry at that particular topic?
Yes, you said that you didn't even know if you should be mad about it or not.
At what point did you break the locker?
When I left to go retrieve my phone.
Okay. And was that before or after you had dropped the phone?
I broke the rocker after I dropped my phone. I shoved the rocker out the way.
And the rocker broke irreparably?
Yes.
Okay, so it was a hard shove.
Yes.
And what were you doing when you shoved the rocker? Were you yelling? Were you talking? What were you?
There was conversation. I don't remember what I was saying.
You then entered into the bathroom.
Again.
Was the defendant trying to continue arguing?
When I re-entered?
Yeah.
No.
Did the defendant seem distraught?
You were upset that I was continuing the conversation.
Did the defendant express the desire to leave
Yes.
several times?
Yes.
Were some of those of varying degrees of frustration and anger?
I believe on both sides.
Did the defendant ever cuss?
Yes.
Did he call you names?
I don't remember.
Did you ever cuss?
Absolutely.
Did you ever grab the defendant around the face?
Yes, I grabbed your face.
Has the defendant ever expressed any type of dislike of that?
Yes. Multiple times.
When you were grabbing the defendant about the face, what was your purpose?
To get you to look at me.
Why would you look at me? What would I do?
Because you didn't want to talk about it anymore.
So, fair to say, I was, is it fair to say that you would imagine the defendant had a host of emotions going on inside of him?
Probably because that's what was going on inside of me. So I imagined that the same thing was going on inside of you.
Okay, so let's rewind. We talked about, your time before marriage. Let's talk about your time after the marriage, leading up to the death of Brandon. Did you and the defendant ever have any problems in between that time and the other time?
I mean, we've had normal arguments and
Nothing that escalated beyond the normal point.
No.
Were there conversations about the future and raising Benny and hopes and dreams?
absolutely we were in the process of buying a house at that time.
Okay, so shortly after we got married, we purchased our first home.
2 months after.
2 months after. It was an exciting time.
Stressful. Did a
Um,
lot of work.
When we got into the home, was there a bit of a surprise? Bills,
Bills and our basement flooding.
basement flood. What happened? Can you describe the basement flooding?
We had really heavy rainfall. The owners previous to us did not disclose all of the issues with the foundation, and so we had gallons and gallons of water coming into the basement. Had to run shop vacs for 3 days while I was heavily pregnant and dumping them out.
For the record, Your Honor, let the record state that Remy was born on February 1st. And this flooding happened in the time between Christmas and Remy's birth, several times during the big heavy rain.
I was about 8 or so months pregnant.
Yeah. So, how many shop vacs did you run during that time?
2, 1 until it filled up, and then turn the other one on to dump the other one out.
How often did it fill up?
Objection, relevance.
Why do we care about how badly the basement was flooded?
Well, I'm bringing this back to, kind of just the victims, when I say the time, the things that were going on just prior to the events that happened. I'm trying to bring it back around that after the birth of my my child, things changed.
But
And
this,
we're gonna get to that when we discuss the medication. and-
okay, well, I'm gonna sustain the objection regarding how many times she had to change out the shop vac.
Okay, fair enough.
So you can move on.
Okay, let's move on, a little further. So all this flooding happened, all this special flooding, right? Did you and I ever strategize or plan or come together, in a healthy way and try to figure out a way past our problems?
Regarding the flooding?
Regarding the flooding and whatever else at that particular moment.
Yes.
During that. Okay. After Remy was born, actually, let's take a moment to visit when Remy was born. When Remy was born, did you receive the depo or not the shot? What is the shot?
Epidural?
Did you receive an epidural?
Yes.
And what happened when you received that epidural?
It didn't work
Why?
correctly. She inserted it wrong, and so only the right side of my body was numb, and the left side I felt everything.
So it's fair to say you experienced a very traumatic and painful childhood. So after that very traumatic and painful childhood, you're back home. Okay. The next 2 months, leading up to this event, the next 2 months, how would you describe them?
I'm supposed to be happy, but I was very sad.
Did you have problems with self-worth?
Yes.
Did you have thoughts of harming yourself?
Yes.
Did you ever have a thought of harming yourself?
No.
Did you have thoughts of killing yourself?
Every day.
Did your husband ever express to you fear for what he was seeing happen to you?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain.
You stated excuse me. There were multiple times in which Daniel asked me if I was okay, if I was having any issues, if there was anything he could do to help. And each time,
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain.
in those 2 months' time, did you feel like things were spinning out of control? Did you feel hopelessness, sadness, depression? During those 2 months' time, did you ever seek any type of medical opinion?
I on 2 separate occasions asked my doctor about what I was going through.
And
She stated that therapy might help me before putting me on any medication. And things just got worse, so I asked for medication.
do you remember the date that you asked her the first time about the medication?
I believe it was either 6 or 8 weeks postpartum.
But you didn't get on medication at that point.
No, because she suggested therapy.
Did you seek therapy? Let's go back to another question. When you were in the room, you were grabbing Miss Yulin on the face. You also stated that you were trying to hug Miss Yulin, trying to talk sense to Miss Yulin. Did Mr. Yulin at any point in time express any desire to hurt you?
No, you asked to not be touched.
The state said in your statement that was sworn affidavit said that you had stated that Ms. Yulin said he was going to fuck you up like he did Tiffany.
That's what it said.
And you don't remember him saying that?
I remember a lot of conversations with Tiffany and it could have gotten blurred.
Is it possible? Your Honor, for clarification purposes, please. The state has introduced statements that Mrs. Rayner has, or Mrs. Yulin has, iterated that the defendant has said. And yet, I'm having a hard time coming back to those statements and iterating what actually was probably said or what was said, because every time I do, we get an objection for hearsay. So how do I cross that bridge?
I can't help you with that,
Right.
except it's the city, not the state.
Okay, yeah, I'll try to see.
Okay.
Okay. When Mr. Yulin pushed past you, was it with the desire to hurt you?
No.
When we pushed past you, where did he go?
To the bedroom to start getting ready to leave.
Did he stand? Did he sit? What did he do?
He sat down on the end of the bed.
What was his position when you approached him? You stated previously, under the state's question, that Mr. Yulin stated that if you don't want me to leave, just leave me alone. Is that true? So the victim was trying, or the defendant was trying to leave at that point,
Yes.
to put space between you two? Okay. And you didn't want her to leave?
No.
And that was after you were pushed into the counter?
Yes.
So before you were pushed into that counter, how many times would you say Mr. Yulin asked you to leave?
A handful of times.
How many times did Mr. Yulin beg you to take your hands off?
The same.
And when Mr. Yulin pushed past you, how rough was that push?
I don't remember.
Okay, it was hard enough to get past, to get through the doorway?
It was enough for me to fall back.
Fair enough. You slept upstairs that night, correct?
And the next couple of nights.
Okay. Did you ask Mr. Yulin if you'd come down and sleep?
No, you offered.
And did you come down one of those nights?
Both nights.
Okay. And I believe that was a Monday, and you made so that was on, I would have to look in, the 12th. So on the 15th is when you went to the police station the first time, correct? Silverdale, the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office. So the night before would have been the 14th. On the 14th, what did you and your husband do that night?
We had sex, and then I went back upstairs to sleep.
Did your husband send you a text message the next day?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
Or, yeah, you can answer yes or no. Did he send you a text message?
Can I ask what it said?
That, I would sustain the objection as to what it said.
From the text message, did you feel as though your husband wanted to work things out with you?
Yes.
Your husband then came home from work later on in the day?
Later in the evening,
Before going to the gym?
yes.
Did you guys have any contact during that point in time?
I believe that you came over to say hi to Remy. I don't know if we spoke or not.
Okay. And so I left at that point to the gym.
Yes.
At what point did you call Mrs. Beckley?
Shortly after.
And you disclosed that the nature of that conversation had you extremely upset.
Maybe the lack thereof of conversation.
Okay, so you stated that you became extremely upset when Heather disclosed to you that if I had to choose now, that I would leave. Is that true? Right. And so at that point in time, were you texting and in contact with me?
I don't believe that we were talking.
Okay. Why did Heather say she wanted to do a wellness check on you?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You stated that Heather threatened to do a wellness check. What prompted her to do so?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did you say to Ms. Beckwith?
I had asked.
Objection.
her-
Hearsay.
Sustained.
Wait, I asked her what she said to Ms. Beckwith. That's hearsay? What she
It was
said?
an out-of-court statement.
Do you think after your conversation, Ms. Beckwith was worried about you? And she sent you through a text message or on the phone that she, about the wellness check? Was it a text message? Was it a phone conversation? What was it?
It was a text message.
Okay, and then you reported that she called you behind that, and you answered and left her on phone or
That was prior to the text message.
prior to the text message? Okay, so she was worried about you in your mind.
Yes.
Okay, and so at that point, at that point in time, you decided to drive
Yes.
to find Mr. Young.
I was going to go to the gym where you were,
For what purpose?
because I was upset and wanted to talk to you.
Okay. And somewhere in that drive, you changed your mind.
And I turned around and I went home.
And then sometime after being home, you decided to go to the sheriff's office.
After talking to my brother.
Your initial statements that you made to the officer, I believe it was the Kitsap County Sheriff's Officer, did you state that the assault occurred in the kitchen?
No, I did not.
Did you state where the assault occurred?
In the master bathroom.
Okay. But you didn't want to pursue it at that point.
I didn't want to do it at all.
Okay. When Deputy Greenhill contacted you the next day, did you want to speak with him then?
He contacted my sister-in-law
First,
first.
right? Okay.
I stated that I didn't want him driving by my house and I didn't want to speak with him.
Okay, so he called you.
He called me.
That was on 4/16, correct?
Yes.
For the record, you want, Deputy Greenhill reported on his follow-up on 4/16, asked about the assault involving her bruised back. Shea said they were talking on Monday in the kitchen and she was in the way, so Daniel shoved her into the counter. Shea said this hurt, it left a large bruise on her back, which he texted my work cell phone. I reviewed the photograph and the bruise is large and would be consistent with Shea's statement. Did you state to Deputy Greenhill or Officer Greenhill? Did you state to Officer Greenhill that you were shoved into the counter in the kitchen? So why do you think he reported that you were shoved into the counter in the kitchen? Okay. But that's wrong.
That's wrong.
And so you previously stated that there are other discrepancies in Deputy Greenhill's statements, correct?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that Mr. Greenhill's supplement notes and follow-up weren't exactly accurate to begin with?
There were quite a few things that were wrong.
Okay, so add this to what you were stating is a mind state that was, what was your mind state?
It was like everything jumbled up into.
Okay. Okay. So you weren't able to hear this, but I was. Mr. Hersey, apparently in his opening statement, was under the impression that this happened in the kitchen as well. Did you ever tell Mr. Hersey that this happened in the kitchen?
No, it did not happen in the kitchen.
So does it sound like these guys have their stuff together?
Objection.
Staying
I withdraw. I'm just trying to figure out what's truth and what's not. And I'm trying to present that to the jury. And we have some varying statements made by you.
Objection. She's testifying now.
The question is, do we have some varying statements by you?
The statement made by me and then what Officer Greenhill wrote are different,
Okay.
but it's saying that I said that and I did not.
Okay, all right. And it's also fair to say, okay, so it says kitchen. I saw in both of the affidavits that the prosecutor put forward, on one of the affidavits, at least, I think it was the Smith one, but I'm not sure. It says specifically on there, actually I had to read it out loud. It says specifically on there that the assault, the alleged assault occurred in the bathroom. That's right, correct?
Yes.
And that's on the documents that were supplied to the jury. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Can we pull that Smith document up again, please? I think it's 5.
I don't know where the exhibits are. Who has the exhibits?
I think they're all in front of Mrs. Euler right now.
You can,
Yeah, I think it's exhibit 5. On exhibit. Since you can move your handwriting here. Can you just read where you think it, what I'm speaking of is, please?
were sitting on the toilet in our bathroom.
Can you read the whole sentence and give every single bit of context behind that?
Oh. I got mad, broke my phone. He then went to the bathroom and I tried to talk to him again.
Okay, so now this was an affidavit you filled out under the directive, not directive, but just basically when you called Mr. Greenhill on the 27th, correct? I mean, it's dated, it says the 21st, but we know that was the 27th. It looked like the one, but it was.
Yeah,
Right,
it was
okay, so that-
emailed to me.
Okay, so but that was Greenhill, correct?
Yes.
And so he never thought to question you on why he has statements from two different places of these alleged assault occurring?
I was never asked if it was in the kitchen or in the bathroom.
So he didn't take the time to ask you any of those questions?
No.
Okay, so,
But I'm pretty sure I stated multiple times that it was in the bathroom.
yeah, I see one of these. Let's fast forward to the 27th again. Let's stay here for just a second. After you exited the home, where did you go? On the 27th when you got there?
I drove straight to Idaho.
And who did you stay with in Idaho?
My sister Jessica,
And her husband?
husband and 2 children.
Two children, okay. And your brother Tristan also lives near there,
He lives in Moscow.
but in the same state?
Yes.
And your mother
Lives in the same city.
and your grandparents?
All my family.
All your family. So you were in Idaho. How long it takes to drive from the moment that you packed your stuff and went?
A long time. About 10 hours.
Okay. So 10 hours later, you were safe in Idaho.
Yes.
Did you feel at that point that that I could find you or come do something bad to you? Did you feel at that point in any way unsafe?
No.
Did you feel at that point in any way threatened? How long did you stay there?
Well, from the 27th until May 10th, I believe.
Okay, so you're safe in Idaho with your family, your whole family, basically. I mean, you're safe, just your whole family, basically. The defendant's not able to go to the house because of no contact orders, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you aware if the defendant was at the home or not at the residence?
No, I was
Okay, so on May 3rd, which I believe was the next Monday following the April 27th day that you had gotten the first no contact order put in. On May 3rd, you requested that Judge Tina Robinson, is that right? The Judge Robinson rescind that no contact order that you put out.
Yes.
I'd like to enter this into evidence, please.
No objection.
It needs to be marked. So let's call it defense exhibit number 1.
Mrs. Ewan, did you do that by phone? The rescission of that no contact order?
I went on Zoom in front of the judge
Where were you when you went on Zoom from the judge?
at my sister's house.
Still safe?
Yes.
And at that point, did the judge rescind the no contact order?
Yes, she did.
hold on. So you're offering to admit exhibit 1 into evidence?
Yes.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, 1 is admitted. Now do you want to publish it to the jury?
Yes, please.
You can do so. Right? By the way, these are exhibits that the jury will have in the jury room when they deliberate.
So on May 3rd, when you were safe in Idaho, did anyone threaten you to go and do this?
No, I did it of my own free will.
Why?
Because I didn't feel unsafe. I wanted to work things out with you, and I felt like it was all just a big mess that shouldn't have been a mess.
In the days following the no contact order being rescinded, what were your next moves?
I contacted my doctor,
For what?
medication.
Were you prescribed medication?
I was.
Was there a process with that medication that was difficult?
Objection vague.
Let's see, can you answer the question?
I need elaboration.
Okay, so when you started medication, was there side effects?
Yes.
When you started the medication, were there, was there a process of your body getting used to the new drug in your system?
Yes.
And where were you when you were starting starting the medication?
At my sister's house.
And then how many days after you started the medication did you come back to your home residence at Rasmussen Lane?
I want to say a few days.
And at that point in time, when you came home, did you and the defendant start the reunification process?
Yes.
Would you say that at that particular point in time that strides were made?
Absolutely.
Did you feel at that particular point in time that that medication helped you?
Yes.
Did you feel at that point in time that that medication gave you a little bit more clarity?
Yes.
Would you say at that point in time that you started to find more joy in life? And the things that you used to enjoy in the past, you started to again?
Yes.
Can you give us examples?
Working out, going to work, drawing, school.
How many times how long of a period of time did you and Mr. Ewan spend in the reunification process before charges were filed in the city, by the city?
Before the no contact order went back up,
Yes.
a little over 2 weeks.
Okay. So you stated that you rescinded the no contact order and then you came on. Right. And you stated that the defendant and you made serious strides in your relationship.
Yes.
Okay. And then you also stated that, was there a summons received by Mr. Ewan to appear on this matter?
Yes.
Okay. And did you and Mr. Ewan discuss the summons?
Yes.
Okay. Did you and Mr. Ewan appear to that summons together?
Yes.
Did you and Mr. Ewan appeal to the judge at that particular moment in time to not put in place a no contact order?
Yes.
What has no contact order done for you these past few months?
A lot. I haven't been home a lot. It's been hard getting our daughter back and forth between us. We haven't been together.
Would you say that's a hardship?
Yes.
So I believe that was May. I can't remember what day it was. Have you had any contact with Mr. Green since? That no contact was put back in place by the city?
Not since the day we walked in here.
Is it your position if Mr. Ewing was found not guilty to see Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
be with Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
continue your marriage with Mr. Ewing?
Yes.
Let's go back to the day of the door. You said you found out some things about Sam that you didn't like, correct?
Yes.
But you stated that she had improperly told you what had happened. Can you please elaborate on that?
I believe she told it in a way that favored herself and made you look bad.
What did you find out the truth to be?
Something that I didn't like equally.
Say it again.
Something that I didn't like just as much.
Right. But can you, okay, so how were you able to know that that was true?
Because you sent me a message between you and her, and she stated that that wasn't the truth what she told me.
Okay. And so when you found out the things you found out from Sam, how well had we, because that was actually 2 weeks after you had, almost 2 weeks, that was the 25th, and you had filed on the 15th, so that was 10 days after. So 10 days after, you find the stuff out from Sam. Okay, and then so 12 days after that initial report is when you went to the police. Okay, so in between that time of the first incident, going to the police the first time, and then subsequently after that, what was it like in the relationship with Mr. Ewing during that period of time?
Up and down.
Would it be fair to say that at first there wasn't much talking being done?
Yes.
Was it fair to say that during that period of time before was it fair to say after you went to the Kitsap County Sheriff's Department, and then were contacted by Officer Greenville, is it fair to say that on the 16th of so in those 9 days, is it fair to say that there was some real progression made in your guys' relationship from that previous fight? How did Mr. Ewing see you?
Happy.
How did you feel? But how did you feel?
Objection.
Sustained.
Because you stated previously that you had these feelings of depression, you had these feelings of hopelessness. And during that moment in time, that 10 days, you say you felt happy, correct?
For the most part.
Did you have reservations?
Yes.
Because of the fight?
Yes.
Okay. And when Sam told you what she told you, did the defendant ever become aggressive towards you after you reported what she had said?
No, we tried to explain it.
Did the defendant yell at you?
I yelled at you.
Did the defendant ask you to listen?
Yes.
Is the door fixed? Whose door is it?
Remy,
Who owns the home?
both of us.
Did you feel at the moment that the defendant broke the door that he was breaking down that door to be a bother to you or to hurt you?
No,
Did you feel the defendant was breaking down that door with the sole intent to cause malicious mischief?
I don't know what that means.
Well, I'm not sure exactly what the statute says, but, do you think the defendant damaged your property in order to cause you irritation?
No, it's both of ours.
We move on to some of your emails. We'll make this quick. So I've got here an email from May 11th from you to the prosecutor. I also have, actually, before that, I have this was actually a notarized document. This is just a copy of it, which states, the statements I made against my husband, Daniel.
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you make this statement?
Yes,
No, I don't want to say this if I'm not allowed to say this.
You can say anything you want, and if it's objectionable, he'll object, and then I'll either sustain or
Did
overrule.
you say on a notarized affidavit, the statements made against my husband, Daniel, when police being April 16,
Objection.
2021?
You're asking her what whether she said what's in there?
Yeah.
That would be hearsay for her to, if it's offered for the truth of the matter asserted. You can ask her why she sent the emails if you want, but you just can't get
Okay.
the same, you can't have her repeat an out-of-court statement if it's offered for the truth of the matter asserted, because that's a hearsay statement. So if you want to ask
Yeah,
her
okay.
what her objective was when she sent the email, I don't believe that's objectionable.
Well, I think the hearsay law, the way that I read it, and you know much more about law than me, so you could explain it to me, but I was under the impression that the hearsay law applied because they couldn't sit there and couldn't cross-examine said witness. I'm not asking her anything that I said. I'm asking her what she said, and the jury, he's able to cross-examine, and the jury is able to hear and gauge credibility, and I believe that's what the statute was going to address.
I'm not going to go into what the statute, I don't know that there's a statute. It's a court rule that prohibits the admission of out-of-court statements if the declarant made a statement that was, that you're offering for the truth of the matter asserted. It's objectionable unless it fits into about 26 exceptions to the hearsay rule. So if you have some exception that you think applies to her statement, or you're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, then you can argue that.
Yeah, I just thought that hearsay, one of the main case laws that he had cited was that they would not, the reason that we went down that path in the first place was for my testimony and for me not being able to tell my side of the story. In this particular instance, I'm asking if she wrote a particular thing that she wrote, which is actually what Mr. Hersey has done as well.
Hearsay applies to any declarant who made an out-of-court statement.
Okay. Mrs. Yulin, did you write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 emails to Mr. Hersey?
more like essays,
What was the nature of those emails?
telling exactly what had happened and the state of mind that I was in, and that I wished for the case to be dropped.
as you stated today. No further questions.
So we got 20 minutes. Do you want to redirect at this time?
Briefly.
Sure.
So Mrs. Yulin, a lot was made out of the kitchen or the bedroom incident. I'm trying to figure out, so you said you did not tell Officer Greenhill that he grabbed you by the arms and shoved you into the counter in the kitchen.
I
Did you
never
tell
said that.
him? Is that a yes?
I never said that.
Okay. Did you tell Officer Greenhill that he grabbed you by the arms and shoved you into the counter?
I don't remember saying exactly what I said, but I know that I said it was in the bathroom.
Okay. But do you remember reporting that he shoved you?
I mean, that's what was written.
I know that's what was written. I'm asking if you said that.
I'm assuming that I probably did.
Okay. So you asked to rescind the no contact order via Zoom on May 3rd. Why did you do that?
Because I wanted to go home.
Had
And
you
I wanted to
received,
be with my husband.
had you received any messages from the defendant?
I had not.
So when you just packed up and left, without a moment's notice, he never talked to you?
He talked to my sister. He never once reached out to me.
And so you didn't send any messages to him, be like, hey, see you later,
Nope,
taking our daughter, going to Idaho.
nope.
And,
I did call around to make sure it was okay for me to take our daughter. That's what I did.
okay.
And
So-
once I found out it was okay, I left.
Right, so in that time, he never once reached out to you by phone, text, email, anything.
It would say that he was typing, but he never once sent me a message.
Okay, and so when he contacted your sister, what did he say?
That he didn't understand why all of this was happening. That he couldn't talk to me and wanted to know what was happening.
And did you start to feel guilty at that point?
I didn't feel guilty, no.
That you wanted to work things out?
I mean, that was on my drive to Idaho, so right after I got the no contact order, so I did not feel guilty at that time.
Okay. And you said on the cross-examination that you did not want Officer Greenhill driving by your house.
Yep.
Why is that?
Because I didn't want to have any more to do with the police.
But you did talk to him.
Eventually, Nicole talked me into talking to him.
Okay. It wasn't that you didn't want Mr. Yulin to see a cop car outside your house,
I didn't want anybody to see a cop car outside of my house.
specifically Mr. Yulin.
Him included, yes. My neighbors included, yes.
Were you afraid he would get upset if you saw a cop car outside your house?
I think anybody would get upset.
Now, Mrs. Yulin, you said you haven't been home a lot because of the no contact order.
Yeah.
Where have you been living?
With my sister in Idaho.
But at a certain point, you came back.
Yes, I came back for the start of work and for this specifically.
Okay. How long have you been back at home?
Maybe a week, 2 weeks.
Okay. So the home was just empty?
No, he was living there prior to that
How did you work out when he was going to be gone and you were going to move in?
through family members.
Mr. Yulin asked you about writing those emails and that notarized statement. Did you get any pressure to write a notarized statement?
No, I did that of my own free will. Very soon after all of this happened, I did that.
Okay. So I want to make sure I got the timeline right. So you asked the Superior Court to rescind the no contact order on May 3rd.
Yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Yulin's arraignment that he asked you about, where both you and Mr. Yulin came to the court together, that was on May 26th.
Yes.
Now, between May 3rd and May 26th, there was no contact order in place prohibiting you two from having contact. So during that time, did you have any conversations at all about the case?
Not about the case, we fixed things between us.
Did you
our
ever have
relationship.
any conversations about, hey, what's this summons doing? Why do I have to come to court?
He did send me a picture of it.
What did you say?
It said something like, I think you can agree that I am in a, like, I don't remember exactly what it said, but it was something nice because he said, even though I've gotten this, I still want to work it out with you.
Okay. And did you ever discuss what your testimony would be?
No.
Nothing further.
Anything else, Mr. Hewlin?
No, sir, I'm good.
Then you may be excused. Please don't discuss the case with anyone else until the case is over. Thank you. I'm going to suggest we probably recess for the night.
That's, yeah, that's okay. Our officers are here. I know Deputy Miller's testimony would be quick on my end, but I can't say the cross would be long, so.
Well, we can try it till 5. We close at 5. That's when security goes home and that's when the courthouse closes.
Okay.
So I think I'd rather have him come back tomorrow.
That's fine. I'll let them know. They were aware of that possibility, so.
I'll let him know if you want.
That's okay. That's all right.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna conclude the hearing for today. We are gonna reconvene tomorrow. I'm gonna be doing some matters, hearing some other matters in the morning unrelated to this case. I'd like to start back up at 9:30 in the morning. So someone's gonna have to set their alarm. If you could make sure you're here before 9:30, because we're gonna start right at 9:30. I'm not sure yet if we're gonna be in this courtroom or that courtroom, because there are other hearings also at that during that time. But if you'll just give us on the record. Cindy's gonna escort you back to the jury room. You can take your notepads in there, I promise. That'll be locked. No one's gonna read your notes. Don't discuss the case. Don't, talk to any family members about details or anyone else. Just, you're at a jury, you're coming back, and the judge is really cool. So we'll be at recess till tomorrow morning. Thank you. 9:30. Hold on. I'm going. Yeah, you can close the doors. So I'm probably gonna be here in one case at 9:15, but I'd like you guys back, at 9:20, just in case anything comes up we need to talk about in the morning, and then we'll plan on having so we're down to how many witnesses?
I think at this point, just 2.
So your 2 witnesses will start at 9:30. Mr. Hewlin will be able to cross-examine them. And then he can do his opening statement. He can call his witnesses. And I will be here for the duration of the day as needed. So don't talk to anybody about the testimony. Don't talk to any jurors. I kind of want them to be able to leave so you guys don't walk out together. I do remember back in the day, there was a juror and a defendant in the bathroom together, urinating in the urinal together. And that was not a good look. But otherwise, be on good behavior as far as talking to juries. Don't talk to any of them. And we'll be off the record in a moment, and we'll be at recess until 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you.
Thanks, Judge. That is.
I have a cop coming in to get sworn in.
Oh.
So you can just leave that open.
We're still on Zoom.
Probably. Yes.
You muted?
No. All right, we're gonna go off, the call. I'm leaving Zoom. Have a nice night.